case of Jess Staley, that might have been the case. And there are sort of some oblique references, certainly in the message notepads taken from his house in Palm Beach in the original investigation. There definitely seems to be some references, especially in the phone calls from Jean-Luc Brunel. But what's more is Epstein's sort of place in the international business world. I think what we're almost beyond any of the trafficking stuff, really that's what we're learning from these new tranches. He was so enmeshed in these worlds. And, I just want to take an example, and that's just because I was looking at this right before we went on right here, is Elon Musk, right? In 2012, it looks like he's according to emails, and God knows what other messaging was used. And of course, there's phone calls and things like that obviously are not recorded here. But he's having lunch with Elon Musk and Boris Nikolic, which was like Bill Gates' sort of secondhand man who introduced him to Jeffrey Epstein. And within a month, he's hanging out with them again and Nicholas Pritzker, and they're introducing Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, in the mix. And then a month later, Jeffrey Epstein appears to arrange a relationship between Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, who's on the board of Tesla and all these things, all these kind of like a little bit of a loser brother, to a woman that Kimball Musk gets in a relationship with. Shortly after that, Elon's asking about partying in St. Barth and Epstein Island. And it does, I have to say, appear that Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk, two of the worst emailers of all time, Elon does not really seem to understand what Jeffrey Epstein is offering. And I
coded language.
So yeah, I was thinking of the right guy. He decided to give the U.S. all our fuel. That's a popular way to placate. That's what Trump was asking from Maduro. The funny thing is, Maduro offered it, and Trump still went in and got him. Right? That's apparently he wanted the scene. And some people think that ultimately what he wants is to drag Maduro into court, or to extract a false confession of complicity in the supposed stealing of the 2000 election. He's just, the FBI has just raided Atlanta's election center for the 2020 election files. Who knows what they're going to do with that? What kind of end game there is with that? But my guess is he's going to try to sell once again the very unpopular idea that the election in 2020 was somehow stolen from him.
Yeah. He's because at one point Epstein's like, I don't know if your wife's gonna like the ratio, and he's like, my wife doesn't mind the ratio. But it doesn't appear that Elon did go to.
Oh, Panini, your dog has an earache. Rave's dog has an earache. Everybody out there, good thoughts for Panini. Okay, good thoughts for Rave's dog.
In 2012, 2013, when those emails are from. Although I think that they might have partied on St. Barth's. I don't know. But then shortly after that, Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, the St. Barth's. Like he was like, this is when Elon messages him on Christmas Day saying, "Hey, I've been working so hard. This is Christmas Day. This is my last day with my kids. After this, I want to party. I don't want a peaceful island setting. I want, just parties, whatever." He's still married at this point, right? And Epstein's even warning him that I don't know if your wife is going to like the fact that, this is not, because you understand an Epstein party is a party with, I don't know, an insane ratio of women to men, right? These are, guys that are wealthy and influential, maybe normally would not be that interesting to attractive women, who exclusively go to parties with attractive women that are looking for wealthy and influential men, such as themselves.
Is arranging a private tour of SpaceX in Southern California for not only Jeffrey Epstein, but 3 other women that Jeffrey Epstein brings. And then, according to some schedules that are in there, this I can't say for sure, but Elon had just moved to Bel Air. And Epstein's schedule for the day shows that he's going to Bel Air with the girls and Elon afterwards. And so that's just like, and then later.
You know what joke that Elon was making that day? Any day that you know that Elon was dropping the Fresh Prince of Bel Air theme song lyrics, right? That's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of guy he is. I was like, oh, we're going to Bel Air. It's like my life got flipped, turned upside down. Anyway, I do not want to hear. I do not want to be subject to Elon Musk's rap stylings. That's probably even worse than Vivek Ramaswamy. That's got to be worse than Vivek Ramaswamy. No, the last time South African rap touched these shores, we got the freaking Antwoord, right? Now we don't need Ethan Klein trying his hand at the art.
Both the girl and Kimball
The science.
emailing Elon or emailing Jeffrey Epstein for advice on their relationship. And so like that's just like a small nugget of how enmeshed he was with his people. Remember, this is years after he got out of jail for his conviction. There's been a million New York Post articles. If you are a wealthy guy, your secretary should be like, actually, maybe don't hang out with the convicted pedophile guy. That is not stopping a single person, it looks like, from hanging out with him.
Well, and I want to get into that, like, sort of, you know, we saw an exchange with him and Larry Summers in the last Trove that was also sort of very similar, like, you know, like you would talk to like your, you know, he was a senior when I was, a freshman in high school. And so I've asked, you know, it's like a scene out of like Fast Times at Ridgemont High where the guy's like, you know, you always play this song from Led Zeppelin. But before we get there, like, let's talk about specifically like what's in this Trove so far about Trump, because it is hard for me to discern from just like looking on Twitter, because I'm not there enough to sort of like pick out like, is this real? Because then I go to the Times, and most of the stories in the media, like, they seem to not want to get near this stuff too, in the same way that like, this is sort of QAnon-y, and very little seems to be reported there. Like, yeah. I am almost to the point where, you know, as I go through the news, think they put those pictures of victims in, and they didn't redact the names of those victims just as a way so that that would be the headlines, as opposed to other things that are in there that are...
Was that a blunt? You see him put the cigar in his mouth? Was that I don't know how... I don't know that much about TrueAnon. Any TrueAnon heads in chat? Anybody a fan of this podcast with Brace Belden? I don't really know much about it other than they cover you know, conspiracies. They started talking about Epstein, and then I think they've branched out into other stuff, you know, cover a lot of QAnon, a lot of that kind of stuff, and in depth. And unfortunately with that shit, that's the only way you can understand it. You got to go on in depth, because it's not, there's no like easy version. There's no easy explanation for like something like Frazzle Drip, chat. You can't just drop Frazzle Drip on somebody and expect them to like understand that it's so horrible and it's so out of context. You really kind of have to, you know, be like, all right, here's where it comes from, right? You know that Tom Hanks movie where he's trapped on an island? Yeah, that one. Yeah, day one. They were, somebody reminded me of that. I'd forgotten. Yeah, they were they were talking about, but anyway, so wait, day one fan. Oh my God, Emily Sawyer. So I gotta ask, like, wait, did Brace just put a blunt in his mouth? And also, is that how he gets down? Like, is it that kind of podcast, you know, just pass the, like, blunt and just kind of, you know, cook? Is that, they are Epstein understanders. It's a jewel? Wait, what? That's a jewel? He vapes jewels? Wait, what the fuck? That didn't look like a jewel. We got to roll that back. I'm sorry, chat. The fucking smoking analysis that I'm doing here.
They seem to not want to get near this stuff too, in the same way that,
I mean, he's not lighting it up, right? And I
like,
you know, Majority Report. Maybe you wait until the fun have to light up blunt.
This is sort of QAnon-y, and very little seems to be reported there. Like, yeah. I am almost to the point where, you know, as I go through the news.
Yeah, right there. Is that? Oh, that's just a jewel.
Think they put those.
Oh, did he actually take a? No, chat. That's not nicotine.
pictures.
I know what a Juul looks like when you take a hit of either the flavor or the nicotine. That is something else, chat. That is, I believe, a THC vape, if I am not mistaken. But even those things make a lot of. I actually don't know. Maybe he didn't hit it. Maybe he just kind of. I don't know. Anyway, I'm over analyzing.
Of victims in, and they did
the wrong
redact
thing.
the names of those victims just as a way so that would be the headlines, as opposed to other things that are in there that are obviously it's material.
Or to threaten them.
It's obviously, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it has.
Oh no, Brace is a former meth addict. So does he stay sober then, or what's the deal? He vapes Juuls. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't hit it. Maybe that's, people say it's a Juul. Maybe it's a Juul and he just didn't hit it. Emma is my favorite. Been watching The Crew. Yeah. Oh, so you've been a Majority Report fan for a long time. Yeah, nice. They are. We love them around here. He puffs on Juuls like that. He just takes a. That's what I thought. Adam J. Yeah, I think Adam J's got the. I thought this was THC. As the Majority Report would say, Brace is sober. He's a former. Okay, so it's something else then. Maybe. Oh, you know what? It could be one of those. What are they called? The one where it's just flavor. They sell it on, or is it called Aura or something? It's just flavor, and it's for people who are trying to get over. If they had a habit of, cigarettes or vapes or whatever, it's to just be able to do that little puffy thing without without staying addicted, I guess.
You in terms of like keeping people quiet, but once your name is out there and once your pictures are out there, you sort of like, what's
well, they're worried about worse. I mean, they think they might get killed by these people, and they have reason to believe that. Yeah,
fair. But I also think there was certain value in terms of media. Like, it's much safer for the New York Times to report this DOJ is completely inept and they're bungling versus, hey, there is a sworn testimony. I mean, Ruben Gallego.
Oh, wait. What is this? Brace was a victim of the Monarch School where Paris. Is this a wilderness program or something? I know that Paris Hilton was sent to, I think it's called a wilderness program. If I'm right. They advertise these things to parents of quote unquote troubled teens. Like, your teen is, you see your teen is doing, stuff that Fume. Thank you. It's Fume. It's not Orin, or something else. Fume. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm smoking flour out of a chillum, for breakfast. That's some skills there, Driftless Iowan. I could never quite grasp the methodology of the chillum, right? Although it does seem cool. Kind of like that? Okay. Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to, make fun of his addiction issues or anything like that.
Tweeted out, this is sworn testimony from accuser of Donald Trump of, like, heinous things. And I'm looking around like in the Times, and it's as if it's not there. I just, what's your take on that?
Well, so I have not looked at the new Trump stuff. I mean, there's millions of documents, and I was also out of town when they dropped. I was in Minneapolis when they dropped.
We're not accepting any excuses.
Juul style salt Nick vape. Vapes don't produce a lot of vapor. The cam probably just isn't picking it up. Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't know. Like released into the wild for a week. Well, no, they take them, like they have like some sort of guide, basically they get, okay, so it's crazy, right? And Chet Hanks got sent to one of these. I think Paris Hilton got sent to one of these, right? It's I think they, these parents are like paying a lot of money, and it's like a scared straight thing, right? That they're trying to do. They hire somebody to come in, like basically take the child out of their bed while they're sleeping, get them up, take them to the airport, sometimes like in handcuffs, right? Take them on a plane to the location of said wilderness program. And then, they're released kind of into the custody wilderness guides, and before they know it, they're out in the middle of nowhere. And the idea is, if they wanted to escape, they couldn't because they don't know the area, and it's too, it's very far from, like, they'll take them out like in the middle of nowhere, right? And people have died from this. It's a big scandal. Paris Hilton is part of an advocacy group trying to end these. A bunch of these have gotten sued and stuff, and they've stopped functioning. But apparently it was a big thing in like the 90s, maybe, and the 2000s. Why would you put a Zen up there? Wait, what? I love TrueAnon as much as Chapo, Trap House, and Trillbillies. But anyway, I don't know if that's what people. Maybe that's not what you were talking about, Driftless Iowan. Maybe it's a different thing with Paris Hilton. Let's continue.
I'm sorry. I'll get right.
So many sidesteps, so many distractions. I apologize for my ADD.
I do it. But there's a pattern that has definitely been established with Trump's relationship to this stuff. Now, Trump has actually himself been significantly more cautious about directly bringing up Epstein, and especially about the release of any documents. And I'm sure you guys covered this, but him pressuring people to not sign on the discharge petition to get these released.
Mm-hmm. Trump is against this stuff to the point that it's probably not to his benefit, right? It makes him look guilty. And who knows what exactly he's covering for in there. But ever since before the election, right, Fox News talked to Trump. This didn't get covered nearly enough, right? I think this was a big deal. Fox News actually did a bit of journalism, despite being Fox News, and they asked Trump, about some of the, he had alluded to possibly releasing files from things that people were curious about. People want to know, are there aliens? Is Area 51, 5161, whatever it is that a real thing? Is there stuff about that? People want to know, is there anything more to the Kennedy assassination? Because that Warren Report story seems like bullshit. There's no way, right? It was one shooter, right? People want to know about that. And to every, ask that Fox News, do you want to release files about the Kennedys? Do you want to release files about UFOs, right? Do you want to, et cetera, Trump would be like, yeah, no, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Right. And then they asked him about Epstein. And at first he's like, yeah, we're going to do that. And he's like, well, actually, on second thought, there's a lot of fake shit in that world. There's a lot of fake stuff in there. And I wouldn't want any innocent people to have their reputations ruined. Right. Trump straight up said that on Fox News. Right. He was hesitant about the Epstein files. He was, and this was while Bongino and Kash Patel were still gung-ho about it, even into the administration itself. Pam Bondi, his attorney general, was bragging about how they were going to release the files, did a photo shoot with a bunch of right-wing influencers, giving them little folders, but all it was stuff that had already been released. They didn't intend to release anything. This didn't sit well with the public, and even with some Republicans, and they were forced to release more. And it was insufficient. And you got Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, that's a Democrat and a Republican, coming together on a discharge petition. In other words, the guy that runs the House of Representatives doesn't want to vote on this, but if they can get 218 people to sign a discharge petition, he has to do a vote. So the vote happens. And it's going to go bad for Trump, and he knows it. He releases his member, says, go ahead and vote for this. It's going to pass anyway. I don't want to make it look like I'm fighting it. It passes the House. It passes the Senate. President signs it into law, right? This is a law passed by the House, passed by the Senate, signed by the president. And the Trump administration right now is in violation of the law that they just fucking signed, right? So, yeah, it's looking more and more suspicious the more that Trump tries to cover stuff up. I haven't seen anything, so far that is a smoking gun implicating Trump in anything other than, having a very close, friendly, cordial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, right? There's definitely some circumstantial evidence in there. There's definitely some allegations in there, but nothing that absolutely is yes, Trump was, did right. So, if that was in there, maybe it was destroyed. Maybe it hasn't been released yet. Because like I told you, Trump is not in compliance with the law that he himself signed. And so they've there's I think 6 million documents. They've released 3 million of them. One of the rules too is that you can't redact stuff unless you're protecting a victim, unless it's national security, right? They've got rules and stipulations that should mean that any mention of Donald Trump is not redacted, and yet we do seem to have a hell of a lot of redacted Trump mentions, in addition to some unredacted ones. So yeah, we're missing a lot from the files. We've got about half of them. There's a lot to go through. People are still finding stuff at this point. Some of the interesting things, founder of 4chan, Christopher Poole, mentioned in there as having met Epstein, around the same time that they started the poll board on 4chan, the political poll, board on 4chan, which very quickly became one of the hubs of the alt-right, along with what would have been back then R the Donald on Reddit was a big subreddit until it got banned, and there's speculation, considering that 4chan is the birthplace of QAnon and things like Pizzagate, right? Considering that there's now an apparent tie-in. I don't know how much faith to put into that tie-in though, chat, because it sounds like a meme. You tell me the founder of 4chan was friends with Epstein or hung out with Epstein. There's an Epstein Bannon 4chan connection. I mean, it's just a little too on the nose, right? But that doesn't, with on the nose is the brand of scandal when it comes to Trump, right? And the fact that they accused others, right? The QAnon the QAnon sort of Pizzagate lore was that the Democrats, Hillary Clinton and one of her aides, John Podesta, as well as, oh my God, not Neera Tanden. No, Neera Tanden's in the Epstein files, isn't there some connection there? Anyway, who am I thinking of? Anthony Weiner's ex-wife, Huma Abedin. Yeah. Stuff about Huma Abedin was part of, it was this whole scandal of this pedophilic underground elite that were, abusing, children in every horrible way you could imagine. Yes, including that one, chat. I don't want to get too graphic on here because YouTube has a limit of what you're able to talk about, but what the, Epstein stuff is about, what the Pizzagate stuff was about. And all these allegations were kind of lodged at either Trump's enemies or I guess people you could consider like on the culture left in terms of being part of Hollywood. People like Tom Hanks got massive allegations. People swore to God that, they thought that Tom Hanks was, in on this Pizzagate stuff. And what's the wild thing about it now that we're looking into the Epstein files is we are finding pedophiles using pizza as a code word, for instance, right? That's the one of the why it's called Pizzagate is that, these were emails from Podesta and Clinton officials mentioning pizza, what kind of pizza would you like to order kind of thing, right? The sort of thing that you'd ask in an office, like the one they were operating. So pretty normal stuff, maybe. But to the QAnoners, this was code. The cheese pizza was code for girls. The pepperoni pizza was code for boys. That this was, I don't know what they made when they said, Hawaiian, pineapple pizza. I don't know what that was supposed to be, but right. This was what, QAnon and a lot of the right wing thought about the Clinton administration. And it turns out a lot of the stuff is actually true from the Epstein from the Epstein files. So what we're kind of wondering about now, given all these connections, right? And I don't want to jump to conclusions because that's how you get conspiracy theories. That's how you get Alex Jones. That's how you get Candace Owens. I am not like those people. I'm not. Yeah. Frazzle drip. Yeah, exactly. There's all kinds of stuff. And I was just explaining how hard it is to explain, the QAnon stuff, just because everything is, you got to put it in context, right? You unload what frazzle drip is to somebody and they're just going to think you have a sick imagination. But no, this is a crowdsourced fantasy, we thought, right? But now we're starting to wonder if Epstein, through Bannon or Christopher Poole, was able to kind of seed these ideas into poll what was becoming a hotbed of QAnon and of the alt-right. Although I always had the feeling, right, as far as QAnon goes, right, there's two phases to QAnon. I think there's one where there's 4chan posts. I don't think that a lot of 4chaners, look, let me give them a little credit. I don't think a lot of 4chaners believed the Q drops, right? But you know who did believe the Q drops? Boomers on Facebook. So yeah, this 4chan stuff has a second life on Facebook. It gets picked up by, Facebook moms and dads and aunts and uncles and grandparents, and they are like buying into it. They're like, holy shit, Hillary Clinton is turning little girls into pepperoni with Huma Abedin, right? They're going off, and then there's, this is the mother of so many different conspiracy theories. But now we're finding those same fingerprints that we saw in the QAnon claims in the actual deeds, in the actual words of one Jeffrey Epstein. So again, I will caution you not to jump to conclusions. We don't know what we don't know, but the constellation that we're starting to see come into focus is a very disturbing one. A very disturbing one indeed, considering how successful that PSYOP was on the right wing and how it effectively protected Trump or anyone else from, good questions about his relationship with Epstein. It was always deflected towards, that's the Pizzagate stuff. That's more the Democrats' province. No, turns out it's the Republican province. Anyway, let's back to the content.
Vance was out there saying, we need to release the documents during the...
Hillary did Pizzagate. Yes, she ordered the pizza.
During
she placed the order. It was her credit card on the pizza.
The election. Trump was much more cautious and had to be sort of walked into it by reporters on the two occasions that he talked about it. He has since lied multiple times about his involvement. Obviously, I don't know if he's still suing Rupert Murdoch over the Wall Street Journal printing that letter from the birthday book. I don't know if he dropped that suit now that the letter has been released by Congress.
It's both, says to infinity and beyond. To a certain extent, right? And the it's both part, in the it's both part, I want you to notice, though, the connection between the two parties, and it's not always where you think it would be. And that ultimately, when we're talking about the power structure, it is the wealthy, the billionaires, the Epstein class that have the impunity to get away with anything and everything, while down here in the real world, we suffer from so much ridiculous stuff that you'd think that a moral society would alleviate, right? But at the same time, you've got these people, literal predators, literal predators, and their victims are silenced, and any attempt to bring them to justice for their crimes, right, is confounded by their power and their connections, and nothing symbolizes that better than Jeffrey Epstein.
Congress. But he's denying. And then it comes out more that it's certainly people were aware, and it seems like he himself were aware that Epstein was recruiting very young teenage girl, at least one very young teenage girl employee.
You suffer. Example, please. Example. Donald Trump was elected in part because of the unaffordability of things like groceries. Eggs was the example that constantly got brought up during the campaign. And Joe Biden, even though, he had done a few things that he thought would help out the working class in some way, it was too little too late. And the Democrats, instead of actually acknowledging the economic pain that Americans were under, they tried to gaslight Americans and say, look, you got a low inflation rate, you got a low unemployment rate. You should be happy, right? You should be happy. Things are great. It's all in your mind. It's all vibes. And in truth, they also had wages that had not gone up since the 70s. When I'm saying that we suffer in a way that the Epstein class does not and probably cannot understand, that's what I'm talking about. The working class has been squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Look, it used to be the case that, capitalists always make money off of your labor. That's how capitalism works. If it wasn't like that, it would be something other than capitalism, right? There's an exploitation that goes on, or you could say that it is a surplus value of your labor that is taken from you by your boss and used to generate a profit to make your boss richer. So in other words, capitalism is a mechanism that takes wealth, that extracts wealth, puts you to work. You put in a certain value of work and you get a little bit less than that value back. And that's the oil that greases the gears of capitalism, right? Without that, capitalism doesn't work. In some ways, this was alleviated with things like social programs, the welfare state, as we call it. Things like colleges were subsidized. There was a way up to earn more money, and you would see that as the profits of the capital class went up and up and up, so did the wages of the working class. And that is what we call in the business a social contract, established in the post World War II sort of New Deal universe of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? That the wealthy would be allowed to continue accumulating wealth from the surplus labor that we provide them, while we, the working class, when the capitalists made more, we would make more. And that was true. That promise was kept up until the mid 70s. There's a graph, a very famous graph that you can look at. It's a graph of productivity. That's what you, the money you make from for your boss by your labor. That's your productivity, right? Productivity versus wage adjusted for inflation, right? So your real wage, what you're getting paid. And you'll see that as the productivity goes up in the around 75, the wages stop going up, and they pretty much flatline, right? And when your rent's going up and groceries are going up and everything that you need to buy is going up, and your wages aren't going up, that makes for a increasingly difficult situation that people are going through. And why are we suffering this? So that the wealthy, so that the Epstein class can buy their private yachts, private islands, they can buy our politicians, right? They can control our politics. Even though we vote that we want this, we get that instead, right? We might vote that, hey, I think that the billionaire class, I think they're doing okay. I think they should maybe pay a little bit more taxes. Maybe us poor people, maybe us middle class people, maybe us working class people, maybe we could pay a little less. Guess what's in the big beautiful bill? The exact opposite. The exact opposite of that. Your taxes went up. If you hardly make shit, your taxes went up. And the taxes of the millionaires and the billionaires, they went down. All right. And they're already not paying a lot of taxes because they have accountants to be able to figure out, deductions and all kinds of stuff. Their effective tax rate is very low. They've got a pretty sweet deal right now, but they had to make it worse for, worse for the working class and better for them. So that's what I mean when I say that people are suffering, people are hurting in a way that probably this Epstein class that doesn't even suffer, chat, when they abuse a child, right? Their reputation is fine. You know who suffers? The victim. If the victim tries to speak out, bad shit happens. If somebody talks about it, bad things happen, right? And only when we've got this much attention on Epstein and on Trump right now, only when people are kind of sick of this bullshit, do we have a chance to really reflect on what created a situation where the extreme wealthy of the world could act with virtual impunity, could go off to private islands and, and do horrible things to children and have no repercussions, right? No repercussions whatsoever. I mean, there's a lot more to it. I don't want you to think that's all that's to Epstein, but, that is, a part of it, and I think that's what most of the world is waking up to. I'm not sure. It seems like more in international, more so internationally than in the U.S. itself. There's not a lot of Americans that have been mentioned in the files that have really suffered a lot of consequences. Meanwhile, You got the UK actually stripping somebody of their royalty over this. So, but I think that this is something that is kind of here to stay. I think that this needs to be dealt with. This needs to be addressed. We can't just move on and forget this, because every time we just move on, like 2008, when the world was held hostage by the, financial sector of the United States of America, and the president decided to bail out the banks instead of bailing out, the people that were underwater on their mortgage. That seems to be part of what got us here. And there's an emerging consciousness in the places you'd least expect that this cannot go on any longer. Anyway, let's get back to there. We're not trying to give you a wealth inequality diatribe or anything, chat. We're trying to talk about Epstein here with, this is the Majority Report. Emma Gold. I almost called her the wrong thing. Emma Vigland. I almost called her the name of an author. But anyway, Emma Vigland on the left, Brace Belden of TrueAnon. That's a podcast that talks about real life conspiracies, not conspiracy theories, like actual shit that's actually going on. And then on the right, Sam Cedar, the other host of the Majority Report. Let's go.
From Mar-a-Lago. And Trump really didn't do anything about it. That Trump might have been at the house at Epstein's mansion in Florida while there were teenage girls there. It seems like I don't know if Trump was involved more directly in anything, but at the very least, he was turning a blind eye to it, which I feel like in normal times or normal presidency would be huge. I mean, that would be a huge story.
Well, it's presumed to be Virginia Giuffre, right?
What do I got? A question here. Name one country where socialism has worked. I didn't say socialism, cockeye, but if that's where your mind goes, right? If you're so cucked by capitalism that the only thing that you can imagine existing outside of its cold metal arms, its cold metal embrace, if the only thing you could imagine is authoritarianism, then I think that's a you problem, and I think that's a capitalist realism problem. Chat, capitalist realism is the phenomenon where we find that it is more difficult to imagine a world without capitalism than it is to imagine the end of the world. This is a term coined by Mark Fisher, who I believe was a socialist, right? So yeah, there's I guess a tie-in whenever we're talking about wealth inequality there, but no, I had not mentioned socialism. This is we're trying to talk about Epstein here.
Right. I mean, she was trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. She died in Australia.
England was fucked by socialist economics. England was fucked thanks to Margaret Thatcher, and to Brexit. Let's not forget Brexit.
I believe was the first kind of public victim to come out in this manner. But I mean, there's in the files that were released, there are a bunch of different.
Capitalism gave me everything that I have. I don't think so, Lynch. I think that I gave capitalism everything that I had, because I understand what surplus labor is. Maybe sometime you will come to understand that too. That is what they call profit, right? That is the gap between what you earn for your bosses and what you actually take home at the end of the day. Right? So the thing that you claim is everything that capitalists gave me is only the crumbs of what I actually earned for capitalism. I, as a member of the working class, make this world go round, as I'm sure do most of you. And if you are a part of the wealthy elite, you can allay, at least temporarily, your sins of benefiting so greatly from the capitalist system by contributing to the stream in the form of a super chat. And let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about the working class. Because, if you got no problems, if you got nothing, if money is no object to you, then just let it flow, I guess. But for the rest of us here in the real world, we suffer for the enjoyment that the Epstein class was, which that chatter was unknowingly just defending. I don't know if that chatter realizes that they're defending the Epstein class here, right? And that kind of exploitation that you experience in the, in your job might be, analogous to the kind of exploitation that somebody like Jeffrey Epstein visits on underage children, right? And facilitates for his clientele.
Accusations. There are complaints that are from anonymous tips where it's difficult to discern, but we should say, with all of those caveats, one of the complaints included someone saying that Trump got oral sex from a 13-year-old and then hit her when she bit him, and then that was deleted from the DOJ.
Well, we should.
Okay, yeah, there's some really wild stuff in there, and Sam's probably about to say the same thing that I'm thinking. We don't know if that shit's true, right? There was a lot of reports made of Trump, and including that one. That's a horrible story, right? Where Trump supposedly is a 13-year-old is God, I don't even want to say it, chat. She's doing something to Trump and she bites him, and then she laughs and he hits her. So I don't know. It's and this stuff, I just want to say, as bad as it is, right? And as much as if you hate Donald Trump, you might want to take it and run with it. Okay. Some of this stuff is from the FBI tip line, right? And that is literally just a tip line. People can call in with anything, and they often do, and a lot of it's bullshit, right? So, we don't have any confirming information. No victim has stepped forward and said, I was that girl. So you got to kind of hold your horses on some of this stuff, and especially if it sounds, too bad to be true, I guess in this case, it's possible that it is.
Clear. There's a difference between accusations and tips and sworn testimony.
Yes.
Obviously, one is subject to perjury. The other, and also in terms of like what would be anticipated released, because if it is just
Tony Barden being able to accumulate $1 billion should be illegal.
Now there are freaking communists invading.
Oh, now there's the communists. See, it's your fault, chat. You called them here. Communists invading radicals. Look, they're coming in here. They're invading. Thank you, Charlie Kelly, for invading us. Being able to accumulate billions of dollars should be illegal. Tax them out of his existence. I mean, like, that's a really easy one to see. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. That's where it starts to get absurd. But, the thing about capitalism is it's like a self-reinforcing thing. It's a self-licking ice cream cone. The more you let these people take advantage of us, right, the more they're going to take advantage of future generations. Think about a world where we actually do have real AI, not this LLM bullshit that is just a fucking scam, right? Real AI will come about and probably replace a good portion of the workforce. When capitalists need you less, they have more leverage on you. And if the leverage that they've gotten have gotten people to a place, I'm going to describe a concept for you. This is from a Chinese streamer on the platform Bilibili. Again, not trying to introduce excess communism into the conversation. I'll leave that to the staff and writers of the Fallout Amazon TV show. But I do want to, kind of spread the message that this streamer who's streaming in China, and his concepts are pretty well known there to a American audience here on Shorts, Shorts Live on YouTube. So, anyway, there's this phrase called the kill line, right? I believe it comes from gaming. Gamers, let me know if this is a thing. The kill line, have you heard of this, right? I think in gaming, it's where you are one-shottable, right? If you're playing a, first-person shooter or something and you get down to the health where you can be killed in one shot, I think that's what it comes from. But anyway, he's applying this to people in America. He came to the United States to study in I believe Seattle, and when he saw the kind of homelessness and poverty and the precarious nature of a lot of people's life in the U.S., he started to apply this concept, right? That was apparently somewhat shocking to people in China to imagine, people in the U.S., supposedly the most advanced nation in the world, living like this. But it's a reality, and I'm sure some people in chat can attest to it. If you are in the situation where an unexpected medical bill or, charge, something that you have to pay for, would ruin you, would put you out on the street, would make it where you'd have to decide, can I eat food today, right? Then that's you. That's you that's being talked about, right? And it's not funny. It's a it's a very grim reality to actually face, and it's one that not only do the Epstein class, obviously not care about, because they are they are wealthy so that we can be this poor, right? Their wealth is a factor of our poverty, right? Our surplus labor, and the surplus labor, honestly, of your parents and grandparents are what enrich people to the point of becoming a billionaire, or what give them the amount of money to be able to pass it on and create fail sons and fail daughters, right? People that buy their way into industries, people that buy their way into, I mean, think about, who does art and in this society, right? People who have that kind of cushion from their parents to be able to try a field that is very likely, they're not going to be monetarily successful in. And therefore, we're missing out on all those artists out there who are busy, like, putting the fries in the bag, so to speak, or literally in this case, actually. Anyway, chat, you got me talking about capitalism, communism again. I swear to God. We're trying to talk about Epstein here. Let's get back to the topic. Look, I have ADHD. I'm very easily distracted. You have to not distract me, chat. It's very important.
Tip line, that is highly inappropriate but if it's sworn testimony, it's more appropriate to release that type of thing.
But
right? Is that right?
I was sort of surprised. I mean, the whole thing is actually totally unprecedented, to be honest.
Right.
Like, I actually cannot think of another time in history when, Jeffrey Epstein obviously was convicted, or he made a plea deal, actually, in 2008. He was not convicted this second time. I mean, obviously Ghislaine Maxwell was, and some of these files are from her case, but like, it's kind of fucking crazy that they released just like everything from these files, or not everything. We don't know, but they released. Isn't
it the estate also had to waive any type of, because it seems to me the estate would have been able to say, like, you're not allowed to do that.
I have no. I mean, that's the thing, is I have no idea how this is even logistically possible. But I mean, obviously they've I mean, there's been some reporting that they've had like hundreds of people working overtime to censor stuff. And so you can see some stuff is actually redacted, and then they'll release the same email with it unredacted. So it's been released, like you were saying, the New York Times report on this. It has been released in this sort of haphazard manner. But like, them putting up the tip line stuff and then taking it down, it's like, that was mystifying to me, because I think it's kind of crazy to put tip line stuff up there in the first place, but B, taking it down just makes you look so much worse. And
also one of the tips in there included this detail.
Yeah, they keep on doing this. If you haven't noticed, right? Stuff comes out. I remember in the first tranche, I think the first tranche of releases, there was a picture of a desk at Epstein's house, right? And there's a small picture of Donald Trump on the desk. I don't think that whoever was, tasked with redacting, I don't think they noticed it, because it went up. People commented about it. Oh, here's one of the very few Trump pictures here, right? It is a picture of Donald Trump on Jeffrey Epstein's desk, right? And they immediately took it down. Like we wouldn't realize. And then when people commented about it, they put it back up. There's been a number of times that this sort of thing has happened. They've released something accidentally, tried to take it down because it looks bad, only to be called out on it and to create a Streisand effect. If you don't know, that's when trying to hide something makes it more visible. Barbara Streisand wanted her home, the location of her home, to be secret. So I think she petitioned Google Maps to take it out. And then people noticed there's this big area missing here in Google Maps. I wonder what's there. Turns out it's Barbara Streisand's house. So more people found out where Barbara Streisand lived because Barbara Streisand didn't want people to, try to stop people from finding out where she lived. That's what's called the Streisand effect. And it's in full effect when it comes to the Trump administration and the Epstein files.
about these Alexander brothers who are currently being on trial for trafficking, sex trafficking, and have been accused by dozens of women of rape. And that tip line, it's a separate tip, but that would have been years and years ago. And I feel like it adds credibility to some of the statements here because it's only public in 2024, 2025 that these guys were running sex trafficking, rape ring, and they were accused years and years ago. So my point is like, we don't know which tips are true and which aren't. It's unprecedented for them to be released in this manner, but there is a level of consistency in terms of the accusations.
But the problem is you release that tip, and if I'm the defense attorney for those guys, mistrial. Done. Like, the fact that
Tony Barton, they have released a lot of victims' information, but funnily enough, redacted a lot of, who the predators are. Yeah, that's kind of what people want to know. There's co-conspirators, right? If we're to get down to it, like as far as what we kind of know is missing in the Epstein files, it's that there were co-conspirators, I believe, in the original case, if not in the case that was ongoing when Epstein mysteriously showed up dead, right? And with a very suspicious, and unfilmed, because the camera was just gone. The camera was out at just the right time, right? All the weird, aspects of his supposed suicide. But yeah, we're looking for those unindicted co-conspirators because very likely these are wealthy people who use their influence to get themselves out of this, right? To actually manipulate the legal system. That should scare you, chat. It's bad enough that the wealthy can manipulate the legal system by being able to hire better lawyers and for more hours billable, right? In addition to that, the fact that they can just kind of exercise their clout on judges, on the legal system. Apparently, I mean that should be unacceptable.
That other information could have been made public by the DOJ. That actually helps the defense
in that particular case.
Yes.
But I'm specifically talking about just like the files in and of themselves, and there's a consistent pattern. I don't know. So
the tip stuff. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but I do think it's interesting that the DOJ, and I think even written into the law, has said that anything related to an ongoing investigation or to like persons of interest is not going to be released. Now, we don't know. I don't think they're even. I think that they have to legally. I should have the law in front of me, but whatever. I remember this. I think legally they have to give reasons for not releasing documents. I don't know if they have to say how many they're releasing or like what in general that those contain, but we don't know if these are all the documents. Certainly they released what they said was all of them, and then it turns out there's millions more. And some of these, in fact, almost all, not all of them, but a lot of the ones that I've seen, I can think of no reason why they wouldn't have released these in the previous dump of documents. I mean, it's some of them are just like continuations of other ones. And yeah, I think that like, I am skeptical that they would release anything that would really damage Trump, considering like in a legal way, considering this, which is that Pam Bondi, and it seems like DOJ's directive, and Trump has been very active in management of the DOJ, has their number one priority has been to do damage control for Trump and to make sure that like this stuff does not get to him. And so,
what's the enforcement for this law? I mean, it is always, well, unfortunately, the buck stops at the Trump Department of Justice, right? That's the problem. That's the problem, right? I believe this law would be enforced by the Department of Justice. Now, normally, it's been a tradition in the United States. The Department of Justice exercises and maintains a certain degree of independence from the president. Obviously, the president is going to pick the person, a person that they like, they have a good relationship with, but they're supposed to kind of, call balls and strikes at the DOJ, right? That has been more or less true through, good administrations and bad administrations, and with the exception being the Trump administration. And specifically this Trump administration, I would hazard to guess that the 2016 to 2021, the first Trump administration, their Department of Justice officials did actually exert a degree of independence, much to the consternation, obviously, a lot of times of Donald Trump. This one is Pam Bondi, and she's just somebody who would never be in this position in any other situation. She's not hired for her competence. She's not hired for her integrity. She's not hired for her independence. She is hired for the exact opposite. Her loyalty to Donald Trump, her reliance on Donald Trump makes her a good, useful puppet for Trump to insert at the DOJ. So yeah, it's an unfortunate thing, considering like how much of the government has been, has fallen under the influence of Trump. The fact that we've got a Supreme Court that's basically controlled by something called the Federalist Society, more or less an ally of Trump, although not entirely. Maybe we'll get to that sometime, right? So there's some issues where Donald Trump is even disagreeing with the Federalist Society judges that he appointed. But for the most part, they've got Donald Trump a lot of impunity. This is like the most, executive, like the what do you call the theory? The executive theory of. Anyway, it's the most impunity for a presidential regime ever.
So there was some reporting on Trump being alerted, or like a report being prepared for him about his mentions in the files when they were originally being looked at. And let's see. Let me read this.
Hey babe, it's Tracy from daycare. You forgot your kids yesterday. They are with CPS now. Stay blessed. Thank you, Tracy, but I believe you were trying to direct your call at one Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast. So please, I believe he's got a show tomorrow. Feel free to jump into his chat and let him know. I'm sure he'll be very interested. I'm surprised he hasn't noticed that they were missing, but maybe he's too busy editing his next content nuke. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Anybody know Ethan Klein? One in chat if you know who I'm talking about. Unitary executive theory. Thank you so much, Yemen. Yeah, I'm having Fetterman issues here where my brain doesn't remember the word I'm looking for. Anyway, hopefully it'll get better.
I'm skeptical that the DOJ would release documents.
David Swyburn says, you have no idea what you were talking about. Wrong, David Swyburn. You have no idea what I am talking about.
That could be legally actionable. Really, I mean, there's definitely some stuff in here that seems legally actionable against other people, but against Trump, I doubt it. I mean, Pam Bondi she is not known for her legal acumen or for her I guess acumen in general. She's known for her loyalty, and I think that's coming primary with this stuff.
And we should also say, like, there is a real sort of like mechanical competence issue about stuff like this. You have people in the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York City who could go into could walk across the street and go into private practice making millions.
Which knows who Ethan Klein is.
Who are now doing document review, which is basically like the first job that you get when you go to any law firm. And they're in there, and it is miserable. Mm-hmm. And the idea of like people at one point just going like, I don't give a shit about this, and just sort of like putting stuff in a pile. That's a very real possibility. And particularly if they know, well, if it has to do with Trump, I can get in big trouble. But this stuff about Bill Gates or Larry Summers or even Lutnick, let's talk about Howard Lutnick, because I find this fascinating. We played a clip. Let's play this clip, just a clip of that clip. I don't know. It was like a couple of months ago about Howard Lutnick talking about when he met the one time he met Jeffrey Epstein, who lived next door to him. And he was just...
This New York Post reporter was like buttering him up, played him like a fiddle, and he got a little too comfortable.
Well, no, that's what we thought at the time.
Right.
But the revelations now sort of put that into a different light. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house.
You know, I feel like, anyway, he's lying, obviously, right? This is a guy that was too close to Epstein. He's trying to provide an alternate narrative of like, hey, you know, I was in the same social circles. I somehow end up having dinner at this weirdo's house because he's a friend of a friend or whatever. And he's got a massage table and I thought it was weird. And, you know, I put 2 and 2 together there. I don't buy it. Yeah, is he creepy? Yeah, he's creepy as fuck. This is Howard Lucknett. What is he, the Secretary of Treasury? Am I remembering right? Or is that Besant?
My wife and I
A high Trump official, basically, is who this guy is.
decided.
And he's one of the more reasonable people, like in the Trump administration. That is, you know, a low bar, right? But yeah, he's one of the less, you know, less delusional, I guess, Trump, you know, appointees.
That I will
Secretary of Commerce. Thank you, Theory Bra.
never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Okay. So
As long as my wife is there too.
right. And at the time, we were like, oh, Lutnick went way out of bounds
Right.
because he really left Trump out to pasture. But now we see in this revelation, this is Mike Baker from the New York Times, that Lutnick, that included an email from Lutnick about bringing his family and others to visit Epstein at his private island, Little St. James.
So he said that was 2005, right? And then 2020.
Epstein not being able to speak is just too convenient. Yeah, it does see, and you know, right at the time where he would have maybe been motivated to possibly, you know, I don't know. I mean, he's like, okay, so when we talk about an investigation, I'm not like a crime expert. I don't even watch those shows like procedural, you know, police dramas. I don't even watch you know, the shit on TV. But from what I understand, you know, an investigation goes like this. We get the little fish, right? The people that maybe did a little something wrong in order to indict the big fish. But this one's a little backwards, right? We got the big fish, Epstein, right? He's the drug dealer, except maybe for something other than, you know, maybe for access to underage women, right? And you know, they got him at least with something, but the co-conspirators, like the clients, like the people you'd think they would have been squeezing to get them to give more information on Epstein that might actually put him in a real jail and like keep him there. Because Chad, if you don't know, Epstein victimized more people after he served his sentence, which I think a lot of it was what with like you know, he wasn't even like, I don't think he wasn't in jail. I think it was one of those deals where he goes to jail at certain times, right? He's able to, you know, he's able to continue his work, his job, right? So he's basically able to live a lot of his life outside of the jail. I don't know if he, you know, reoffended in that, you know, hopefully they were keeping him on a pretty short leash there. But, you know, after he got let out, yeah, there's other people that he victimized. If they had been able to put Epstein away once and for all at the first case, right? And maybe even, you know, heaven forbid, the rich and famous clients that Epstein had, then maybe this, you know, second, maybe somebody could have been saved from being, you know, abused by Epstein.
12 was when
It's night jail. Is that what Yemen is telling me? It's night jail. Yeah, like he goes to work and then he comes home to jail ostensibly, but like what kind of jail do you like get to leave? And I don't know. I mean, I know there's like work release shit that people do, but isn't that usually like they gotta like work up to that? And it's like a shitty job. They don't get to like do, you know, I don't know, whatever accountant or shit that Epstein was doing. Usually they're making, they're
2005 is before
his job was being an agent of Israel. True.
2012.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you for that's a math problem. And Lutnick reached on the phone, said he could not comment because he had not seen the documents.
It's wild just how good a deal he got. Yeah, and he was given that deal by Acosta, who would later be hired by Trump, right? Acosta, the guy that gives Epstein the sweetheart deal, is appointed to the Trump administration and almost immediately has to resign when people make the connection that this is the guy that gave Epstein that sweetheart deal. But then again, that's Donald Trump trying to pay off somebody that, that maybe covered for him. I mean, from what we can see from Donald Trump's reticence, his refusal to actually release the fucking Epstein files, despite having talked about it for years and years and years, right? Despite, many of his officials, claiming that was the first thing they want to do. They were most excited. Let's release those Epstein files and have transparency. Didn't happen. Did not happen.
And claimed that he spent zero time with Epstein and then hung up. I mean,
So he spent
Although,
even
wait,
less
no,
time than he
I'm
admitted
sorry.
before.
Go to the 5th slide too, because it here we go. But it does suggest, so he's denying, even though he emailed him about wanting to go to the island.
So here we
He's
go.
denying
Yeah.
that it ever happened, but there is a message from Epstein's assistant forwarded Lutnick a message from Epstein. Nice seeing you.
Oh yeah, good point, Yemen. Remember Pam Bondi was the Florida Attorney General at the time as well. Yeah.
So there's very little plausible deniability there for Lutnick.
I'll tell you, when he was telling that story, it's not. Listen, and I'm gonna give a little more advice to the audience. If you're Jewish out there, we can't be talking like this right now. We can't be doing the Jew voice, doing your New York Post interview. We have to be talking a little more like this right now, because we've been really fucking our reputation up, and so it's just, guys, let's. But I don't know why he thought these people are stupid. If I was like, oh, yeah, I was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein a little bit. I'm not. Maybe you do the New York Post damage control thing. You'd be like, I was on. You know what? I was on antidepressants back then, and I thought, sometimes you kill people when you're on those. I just was like, maybe I'll just be not depressed and hang out with this guy. And it having an email that's like, awesome. See, when can I come to the island? When can I bring my fucking 12-year-old to the island? And then the nice seeing you thing. It's like these people are lying and they're caught lying. But I think that unfortunately nothing really happens to them. And so if you remember Trump term 1, Alex Acosta had to resign from being labor secretary because he oversaw this plea deal. There are, which is obviously a very egregious instance of this kind of stuff happening. But now I feel like things have changed so much that you could be on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, Peter Mandelson was like one of his best friends. It was proven. He was the fucking ambassador from the UK to the US until like 5 months ago. It is just
So for the people in chat, I want to address like a lot of comments at once, right? There's a certain genre of comment that I get all the time. It is something to the effect of the Biden administration had 4 years with those files. If there was anything damning in them, you would have seen it coming up during the election, right? You would have seen it weaponized, right? Biden would have done had the FBI do like a limited hangout kind of release of just shit that makes Trump look guilty as fuck, right? I'm going to say if Biden was going to do that kind of scumbag move, right? More of a Trump move than a Biden move, if I'm being real. Sleepy Joe's a little too slow to figure that game out, right? But yeah, he could have. You could have selectively released stuff from this that would have made Trump look really bad, right? And he didn't, right? But I want to address this because I feel like it's cope. All right. Here's the deal. Powerful people in this country get protected. That's been the order of the day, regardless of who's president, Republican, Democrat. I am not going to try to blow smoke up your ass and tell you that there aren't people in the Democratic Party, high up officials, that want to cover, for instance, like Bill Clinton's ass, right? There's probably other people, right? But what it really is there's a club of the rich and influential and powerful, and you're not in it and I'm not in it, but they're in it. And they cover for each other because they know each other's secrets. And it's like mutual assured destruction, right? If one rich person says, hey, this guy was on Epstein Island. Oh, how did you know? Oh, it's because you were on Epstein Island, right? They implicate each other, right? So by doing that, so they cover for each other, and they also exert their influence and their clout to make sure that none of them ever are exposed. Because if somebody gets exposed, right, if somebody gets pinned down and Bill Gates is about to go to jail, maybe Bill Gates knows something about Jeffrey Bezos, right? I don't know. I'm just throwing random names out there. I should probably stick to people who've been mentioned in the Epstein files more, but you get my idea, right? So that's the reason it hasn't come out till now. Now, why is it coming out till now? Because Donald Trump is a complete dumbass. That's why, right? He said that he wanted to release them, but he didn't want to. That was clear in the Fox News interview. I don't know, do I have time to pull that up? Maybe not. There's a Fox News interview where Donald Trump is asked, are you going to release the JFK stuff? Are you going to release the UFO stuff? Like all these, files, government files that people are interested in. And Donald Trump is like, yes, of course we're going to release that. And they come to Jeffrey Epstein and he starts to say yes. And then he catches himself. Well, no, I'm not sure. So not so much about that one, right? Because there's a lot of fake stuff in that world. And I wouldn't want any innocent people to have their reputation damaged, right? That should have been Joe Rogan's whole show the next day, all right? Right as he was aligning with Trump, right as he was assisting Trump, he should have been a little bit skeptical about what just happened on Fox News. And the fact that they took the part that I just described, where he goes into detail, they buried that, chat. That wasn't on I believe that was not on Fox News. You had to go to the Fox News website to see the whole interview to actually see that. They cut the part out where he starts to really betray that there's something weird going on with Epstein. Now, people didn't catch on to it then. Obviously, Trump was elected. Obviously, Epstein was not an issue that really cut against Trump to any significant degree in the 2024 election. Trump gets inaugurated and, he gets his people in place, and Pam Bondi is proceeding with, let's do the Epstein transparency thing. We're going to release the files, right? And she does the drop, and the drop is like stuff that we've already seen. Nothing new. Same stuff that's already public, right? It's given to right-wing influencers in little folders for them to pose with and be like, yay, we got the Epstein drops. We got the Epstein drops. And then you open them up and there's nothing there. It's a nothing burger, right? That's when people started to say, hey, there's something really funny here. Hey, Pam Bondi. Hey, Trump, could you actually release the Epstein files? And they get cagey about it. So if you want to know why people are adamant about the Epstein files in a way that maybe they weren't during Trump 1, when Epstein was, committed suicide, or some people think maybe was murdered, right? That it hasn't been released, then, or with Biden, or, why are people demanding the release of this stuff in a way that, they didn't at first? It's because now we have what looks like a little bit of a smoking gun. And as we all know, where there's smoke, there's often fire, right? If there's a reason, if Donald Trump is hesitant about this stuff, so he is basically, I don't know, chat, bleeding into a shark-infested waters. And he created the sharks, right? He proposed the conspiracy theories. He made the allegation. It's looking like the right wing, planted the whole idea of QAnon into 4chan, which then got transmitted to the boomers in Facebook. And then we dealt with fucking crazy QAnon ants for the next 4 or 5 years, that with, bizarre fucking theories about Hillary Clinton cutting up little kids like pepperoni. Chat with Huma Abedin, right? That was what Pizzagate was supposed to be. And it turns out that the more we look into Pizzagate, it turns out the real satanic pedophiles were the Republican politicians that we elected along the way, first and foremost being Donald Trump, also Elon Musk, right? All these motherfuckers, Steve Bannon, all these motherfuckers are tied into Epstein. And if you believe Maduro, which I don't know what I think about Maduro's comments, he's talking about a satanic fucking cult that brought us Adolf Hitler and is now, bringing us MAGA. That's what maybe a bridge too far for me. I don't think that Maduro is going to necessarily sell me on that one, but there is some fucking weird stuff in this latest Epstein drop. There is a secret society, right, that Epstein is apparently a part of, and it's trying to bring more people into a group called Zodiac, which has 12 members at one time. No women, no minorities allowed, right? All old white men. And I don't know, chat. Maybe they just sit around and talk about old movies. Maybe not. Maybe they're the real conspiracy behind anything. Anyway, we're just kind of finding this stuff out. There is a lot of fake stuff in the Epstein files, though. I will say that in terms of the stuff that you see, beware of the stuff that you see that is coming from the FBI tip line, right? Because I'll tell you right now, it's a phone line that anybody can call into and say, hey, FBI, I think you need to investigate XYZ, right? And they got some tips regarding Epstein and regarding Trump, and some of it sounds like not believable, but then again, we're in the world of Epstein, and Trump's definitely a part of that world. So, who am I to say it's not true? I would just say to hold your horses before, getting invested in the truth of some of the stuff. Do some real investigation, right? The stuff that is more, because we're looking for stuff that's corroborated by facts, right? If we can find something in the Epstein report and then find a witness that says, yes, I saw that, and that's true, right? And we're starting to see that with some of, Elon's family members that are coming out and confirming some of the stuff in the Epstein files, right? That's when you kind of know, okay, this is probably true. If there's multiple confirming sources, pointing to something being the truth. But yeah, at the moment, we've just gotten 3 million new files dumped on us. I think it was strategically done to make it hard for people to really go through it in detail. There's probably 3 million or so. We've got maybe half of the files, released. Half of the files are not released. They were supposed to be released by now. Trump's in violation of a law that he himself signed. Unfortunately, the people that would enforce that law are the Trump Department of Justice, right? So, chat, this is a great reason if you're in, another country other than the United States, or if you're, in the United States and you're thinking about future elections, do not let your country get Trump. Do not let your country get taken over by corrupt, lying assholes, or else you're gonna deal with this, right? It's gonna get hard telling truth from fiction, right? Which is what Americans have experienced for the last 10 years or so.
Resigned from the Labor Party yesterday. I mean, it is. I think a lot of these, the bar for actually getting into trouble and for trouble actually mattering, I think has been either lowered or raised.
Well, it's impossible to get fired from the Trump administration in this iteration for scandal. It's impossible. Yes. We've proven it. I mean, there is no scandal. They understand that all it does is give Trump more leverage over these people and commands their loyalty more. I don't think it was a coincidence that on Friday, Lutnick is sitting in, next to Trump in the cabinet thing going, this country is so much better because of your great powers and policy. I mean, literally.
Do you think it's a coincidence that this came out too?
No.
I mean, because if Trump saw that post interview and goes, "You're going to throw me under the bus," this is the directive. I mean, all of that stuff, about, Elon. Why did all that stuff come out about Elon and Lutnick? These were two guys close to Trump that threw him under the bus about the Epstein files. Is that not true?
It's crazy. And Elon's thing is, it's the same thing with Lutnick. Elon directly lied, including in space.
Galaspar says it's too late for us. I'm assuming in the UK, we're getting Farage next. You're getting Faraged.
SpaceX directly lied multiple
You're gonna face the barrage of Farage.
times when he denied the allegation, which was sort of reported on by anonymous sources, I believe, to Business Insider, that Jeffrey Epstein had received a private tour of SpaceX. Elon says, I don't know what you're talking about. This never happened. You know, he sort of makes mention of like having met Epstein a couple times, but of course he was really grossed out by him. It is 100%. I mean, I don't know how else you can interpret these emails. There's no alternative explanation, but they just are lying because not only that, I think a lot of the MAGA base, there's some people who are like mad about this, but I think in the long run, this is not going to be something, and I could be wrong. Maybe I am. Maybe I will be, but I don't think that this is going to actually like, if you love Elon Musk in 2026, your brain there's something. I mean, it's like, what? I don't even know. Why would this bother you? You know,
no, people are locked in. I mean, I think at the end of the day, this doesn't really impact that 35% that will always support Donald Trump. It does not matter whatsoever. As far as they're concerned, this is like the perfect honeypot, and he's going to be able to roll up everything and change the world.
Trump knew it was happening, but he's a white hat, and he was actually catching them so that he would be president,
of course,
and then he could later release it, and then Reid Hoffman goes down.
But I think what it is going to do is there may be a couple of people. I mean, honestly, like literally a couple, but maybe one of them is just a congressperson or something like this. I mean, it's going to impact few. But I think the real stuff that's going to come out about this is really more like Neera Tanden has a lot more troubles on her plate today than she did a week ago. And
so, one in chat, if you've heard the name Neera Tanden, right? This is a influential person within Democratic circles, not somebody that's out in the spotlight or running for office or making speeches and stuff like that, but somebody who's very crucial to the operation of the Democratic Party. And I would say, one of the people responsible for the Democratic Party's ineptitude and overall inability to meaningfully push back against the rightward trajectory of the country, because it turns out that a lot of the donors do not want them to, especially not on an economic level, right? The one thing that's agreed upon by the powers that be is that the poor and the working class have it too good, and we need to take more away from them in order to enrich the Epstein class, right? So Neera Tanden, unsurprisingly, actually tied in, connected to this, and maybe not directly. I'm not saying that Neera Tanden is like a client of Epstein or that she's done any kind of crime like that, right? But definitely connected maybe to people and covering for people who have.
And more a week ago than she did 6 months ago in terms of like, the water she swims in. Let's talk about also this. Larry Summers is in an email, this time not asking for advice as to like what color sweater he should wear when he goes out with some 19-year-old or something, but it's about like
Armchair Rocker says Democratic Party is intentionally feckless. What do you think Schumer is so weak? Yeah, some people compare them to, there's a basketball team called the Harlem Globetrotters, which, they're not really in any league or any real league. They're more like sports entertainment. You know how wrestling is choreographed? They decide who's going to win and lose before the fact. I hope I'm not spoiling wrestling for anybody, but that's how it works behind the scenes, right? The Globetrotters are kind of kayfabe basketball, right? They do a bunch of, they just set it up so they can do a bunch of, high flying 360 dunks and neat tricks and stuff like that. But they have to play, it's a basketball game, so they got to play against a team. And the team that was always like, if you show up to a Globetrotters game, it was always the Washington Generals, which is, their job is to lose to the Globetrotters. Their job is to be so bad that they're actually helpful to the other team in showing off. So, and that's kind of what the Democrats are doing half of the time.
And the last one. Yes. Have you not seen this one?
With the Pope?
because this is, I was asking, I wanted to ask you about this because I don't know. He writes in 2013, the most important change in the Vatican may not be Pope Benedict's sudden retirement, but the change in leadership at the Institute for Works of Religion, the Vatican's bank, because of the Vatican status as a sovereign country. It's exempt from transparency rules, not only of Italy, but of the European Union. This status allows it.
And this is kind of what Epstein is good for, good at, sorry. Good for, you have to ask his clients what he's good for, but who is the guy? Oh yeah, Peter Attia said that he had Epstein withdrawal when he had to be away from Epstein. So maybe this is a nutrition doctor, an MD that comments on nutrition. That's CBS employee under Barry Weiss now, and apparently suffering from Epstein withdrawal. But yeah, this is Epstein to Larry Summers. So yeah, he's good at finding like the Vatican's sovereign status as a sovereign country. It exempts from transparency rules, not only in Italy, but of the European Union. This status allows its elite clients to evade any scrutiny. So this is what I'd call a blind spot, right? When nobody's looking, you can get away with a lot, apparently. And he has identified a area, I don't know, like a route for money almost, or were we talking about laundering money here? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, evade scrutiny in their money transfers, right? He's found, kind of a blind spot here.
Its elite clients to evade any scrutiny in their money transfers. Last May, Vatican Bank President Ettore Gatti Tedeschi was fired after Italian authorities opened an investigation into a far-flung bribery scheme in which he was allegedly involved. There are then 47 dossiers, including compromising about internal enemies of his in the Vatican, were found in the search.
Wait, what is this? Communism? You'll have nothing and you'll like it? Tofu to infinity and beyond. Do you think we're in communism right now? It feels like that's what capitalism is doing. I think you got communism and capitalism mixed up there, right?
His home, they had instructions on how they were use this case if something happened to him. I mean, on and on. It sounds like maybe the Vatican's bank was involved in some type
understand how that works, right? If you're the working class, right? And the way that the wealthy become wealthy is by squeezing you harder and harder, making it so it's harder and harder for you to live. What do they do when you literally, right? How do they take more from you? And here's how they do it: by converting things that you used to buy into things that you must rent, right? Anybody owns software that they have to pay for monthly? Anybody got a monthly reoccurring payment, a service, right? The kind of, used to be able to buy software, for instance. Now you basically get to rent it. So over time, they take more from you. That's capitalism. That's a capitalist innovation right there. Do not attribute that to communism. Marx did not speak of that.
money law.
Read your next comment. Okay. U.S. capitalism at the moment, you'll have no choice left or right, and you'll like it. Oh, I see. But I do feel like that's I just don't. I do feel like we're getting more and more of that under capitalism. Yeah, fuck you, Adobe. Exactly, right? That's why I use DaVinci. DaVinci Resolve, right? Is now there is a nicer version of DaVinci that you can pay for. Wait, actually, can you buy it? I don't even know, chat, but I do. Yeah. Adobe, number one offender when it comes to monthly reoccurring payment for software
laundering scheme. I mean, like,
well, that
just be
would
clear
bring
though,
to
that's from Epstein to Larry Summers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
You set it up the other way.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Forgive me. And so this is it's unclear why Epstein's even bringing this.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm a little confused here. Jingle jangle jam. Communists exploited prisoners, though. The exploitation of convicts of the state, like in Australia by Britain for the sake of building the state. Jingle Jangle Jam, I think you need to check your definition of communism. Communism is a moneyless, classless, stateless society. It is a state of being that cannot be declared. You can't like just declare, we're doing communism now. It has to be attained, and it's doubtful whether it can. Some people would call that sort of thing too utopian, but no, communism in fact is not when the state does things, right? Well, there was the state did a prison. The state was, sending the prisoners to Australia. So therefore, to build the state, which is the state is communism. I don't know.
Larry Summers, as if it's like some backdoor tip, or if it's just sort of
Jingle Jam in communism. You don't do nothing and be lazy. You work hard. You can't stop working ever. Feel like that feels like now, Jingle Jangle Jam. If you knew my work schedule lately, you might agree. But no, it's I would say that the only truth in that statement is that if you want to achieve any kind of state other than capitalism, you got to work incredibly hard, because everything in the capitalist system is going to be doing its best to make that impossible for you. Is going to be sabotaging and sandbagging any effort of yours to realize a state of being beyond capitalism, right? Just like Mark Fisher said, capitalist realism is when it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine a world beyond capitalism.
Trying to give Epstein information so that Epstein is in a position to get, Summers is in a situation to give Epstein, but it's also like in and of itself is an interesting story that I'm not sure we heard about.
It is. I mean, Institute for Works on Religion. It's Institute for.
But you are talking. Let me just let you know, Jingle Jangle Jam, why I'm not reacting so strangely to you. Communism has never existed. I'm not saying like true communism or right communism or best communism. I'm saying communism, right? Communism is hard to imagine it existing in this world, right? There's been attempts to eventually get there. There's been people that say, like the Bolsheviks in Russia that stated we want to achieve communism, right? But nobody's fucking even come close to anything that matches that description. That's why I say it's a questionable whether it's a like some people would say it's a overly utopian vision of things, right? But it definitely is not. You can't criticize communism the way that you can capitalism, because it just has never existed. Like it never really come close to, unless you want to talk about primitive communism or some of the other forms. But in terms of the Marxian ideal of progressing a civilization towards that, and with Marx's idea, it wasn't a country; it was the world. It was Marx's idea was the an emerging consciousness, bringing an international bring the workers of the world together to try to make this happen globally, rather than country by country like Lenin was doing in Soviet Russia.
For Works on Religion, right? What's it
for works of religion? Works of religion.
Excuse me, which is money. Actually, not. That's a interesting one, but they were the main shareholders, of course, in Banco Ambrosiano, whose I believe president Roberto Calvini, was it Roberto Calvi? How am I forgetting this? Roberto Calvi caused a lot of trouble in Italy in the 1980s, but it was sort of a nexus between the mafia, between elements of CIA stay behind organizations and terrorist organizations, black terror they would call it, which is like fascist terrorist.
Communists want to control the world. What are capitalists doing? What do you think controls the world? You know who controls the world? It's not communists. And it's not the Jews, Nick Fuentes fans. It is capitalists, okay? 100%. When we're talking about the club that you and I are not a part of, we're talking about capitalists. We're talking about the people at the very top. We're talking about the Epstein class. We're talking about the people who either participated in these predatory activities as facilitated by Jeffrey Epstein, or we're talking about the people that helped cover for them, that would have been in position to know and see what was going on and said nothing because they valued their place at the top of society more than they valued anything approaching morality and stopping Epstein from doing what he did to children and from exercising the kind of control. This didn't happen because of communism. This happened because of capitalism. This fucking molestation of our innocence as human beings comes to you courtesy of capitalism 100%, right? We wouldn't have anyone with this kind of impunity if we didn't have such an absurd system which concentrates wealth at the top, because that's what capitalism does. It's a mechanism not just of maintaining the dominance of the capitalist class over you, but in ever increasing their dominance, allotting more resources to them by pulling them away from you, by tricking you into working for less than your actual value is, chat. The value that you provide to your boss is always greater. It's part of an equation, and this equation does not work if that value is not greater than the value that you are taking, your wage, right? And when you do this for generation after generation after generation, you don't just get a super powerful capitalist class, you get an increasingly powerful capitalist class, and you get an increasingly impoverished working class. So if you feel like you've been working harder and harder to get less and less, and it's more and more difficult to make ends meet, and you're more and more in danger of like one cost completely fucking you over, you're not alone. You're not alone. Your wages have flatlined while their profits have skyrocketed. They are fucking you. And the question is, are you going to have a problem with it? Are you going to make it hard for them? Are you going to wake up and realize that having a mechanism like capitalism that makes increasingly powerful, increasingly wealthy people is what creates an Epstein class, what creates a group at the very top of things that absolutely covers for each other and absolutely lives beyond the law. No law will touch them. They've done horrible acts that society thinks is horrible, acts that the law punishes, with extreme sentences, but they have gotten out of the sentences, right? Chat, only Jeffrey Epstein was sentenced, and his sentence was bullshit, right? He was allowed work release. He went to something, I guess, technically he was incarcerated in something that you and I would not recognize as a jail. And anybody that he serviced, anybody that he provided, because, do we think that Epstein just, he was just a very prolific child abuser? He just did it himself and he didn't facilitate, other people doing this to underage children, right? No, of course there were clients of Epstein. And chat, I'm telling you that nobody has been even implicated in that. Right? Even though at the time of Epstein's trial, there were something on the order of around 10 co-conspirators, right? We didn't get to find out even who they were because this class, the Epstein class, the billionaire class, it covers for itself. So, if you want to be a fucking cuck for capitalism, I mean, that's all well and good, but understand that you're locking in that there will be future Epsteins and they may victimize people that you care about, and there will be nothing that you can do about it. They will continue to molest, they will continue to offend, and they will serve no time. They won't even be named. Their reputations won't even be hurt, and they'll continue to buy yachts on the value of your surplus labor. So just ask yourself, is that the world you want? And furthermore, is that the world that you want for the next generation? If you have children, if you have nieces and nephews or anything like that, do you want them to be stuck in a fucking hell world like that? Treated like cattle by a social class of freaking pedos and scumbags and criminals who get away with anything and everything, while your life becomes harder and harder and harder. I don't know, chat. I'm not saying you have to choose between this and communism, but I'm telling you that this form of capitalism gets you this result. And we've seen attempts at reform of capitalism, and so far they haven't worked. So it's not so much an issue of like, communism in theory or socialism in theory it'd be good, but it's never really worked out in the real world. No, capitalism's not working out in the real world. Wake the fuck up. Realize where we are. We're not in a world. You don't see fucking communism. You don't have anything. Pol Pot was a communist. Pol Pot was an interesting case. Actually, Pol Pot's got a lot more to do with Trump, I'd say, than he does with Pol Pot's got a lot more to do with Trump and MAGA than he does with Lenin and Stalin, if that's what you're saying, right? Pol Pot did go, I believe, to France to study communism before he became a dictator, before he became Pol Pot. And Pol Pot was a terrible student. He was a dumbass, right? The concepts like the ones that I just explained to you, one in chat if you now understand labor theory of value. If either you already understood it or, me explaining the difference between the amount that you're producing for your boss and the amount of your take-home pay and you subtract that, right? And that's your surplus value. That's your boss's profit, and it comes right out of your back, right? Pol Pot was dense, okay? And he didn't understand this. But communism, socialism, all that shit was popular, so he studied, and he LARPed, and he pretended, and until he had a chance, chat. And you know what gave him a chance? You know what gave Pol Pot a chance to take over in Cambodia? Not Karl Marx, not Vladimir Lenin, not Joseph Stalin, not Mao Zedong, but the United States. Henry Kissinger, Lyndon Baines Johnson, Richard Nixon gave him the chance. Well, actually, let's say Nixon. Let's not put this on LBJ. There's enough we can blame on LBJ. But yeah, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, right? Through expanding the Vietnam War by bombing Laos. If you know Vietnam, it's a very long country across the coast of Southeast Asia. It is on the east side of Southeast Asia. It's a long and skinny country, right? If you're in the north, if you're in Hanoi and you move to the west, right, you will be in Laos, right? Laos is another kind of skinny, fairly long country. And if you're in the south, closer to Ho Chi Minh City, and you go west, you will encounter Cambodia, right? There was a trail through these two countries and Vietnam called the Ho Chi Minh Trail, in which dissident fighters in the south would be supplied with weapons. And Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, even though there was no war declared, hell, I don't even think they officially declared war on Vietnam, right? There was no war on Laos or Cambodia. They decided to bomb those places. That'd be a good idea. If we bomb those places, then they can't send the supplies. Well, guess what? The supplies got there anyway, and they killed a bunch of people. A bunch of innocent people in Laos and Cambodia had to die. And this was a great and disturbing event that this like set Cambodia like on fire, both literally and, figuratively, in terms of people being pissed off. And this destabilized the country to the point where their leadership was replaced, with Pol Pot and a group called the Khmer Rouge, right? Khmer is a very old culture that is, centered in Cambodia, modern day Cambodia. And Rouge is French for red. At the time, it was it had been occupied by France. It was part of French Indochina, right? So Khmer Rouge, right? Now, this is a group that purported to be, communist. But their idea of communism was a little bit different. Like I told you, Pol Pot didn't have the mental ability to even understand communism or socialism or even the basic, topics we touched on today, right? Pol Pot spent some time in the mountains, in rural areas, in agricultural areas, with people that he came to start to think of as real Cambodians, right? These are the real Cambodians. What's wrong with Cambodia? Well, we're not. We should be more like this. We should be traditional, rural, agricultural. And look at what's going on in the city: debauchery, degeneracy. It's terrible. We can't. Which, if you know, like, you know, ideologies, you'll notice that what I'm describing actually has more in common with fascism. Right, the idea that you know, there was a state at which you know, Cambodia was great, and indeed, yeah, the Khmer Kingdom was at one time great, and you know, associating that with a rural, agricultural, traditional Cambodian lifestyle, and then yeah, associating the cosmopolitan areas of Cambodia, such as Phnom Penh, with the you know, with the degeneracy and the decay of the country. So the idea being to get back to the greatness that Cambodia is capable of, that has shown, we gotta purge this cosmopolitan urban culture the fuck out, right? So yeah, the Khmer Rouge takes over the country. They take over Phnom Penh, and they start deporting people from the city to the countries, to what it became called the killing fields. Anybody that you know, had any sort of, like, I don't know, you were you know, connected to you know, foreign entities that they didn't trust, or you know, were an intellectual, or you know, had glasses. If there was anything that they could use to kind of tie you to that cosmopolitan urban decay, then you'd be tortured. Right? And if you're not tortured, you get sent to a fucked up work camp where you will very likely starve to death, where if you are found like finding food to supplement what you're eating in Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge, you will be executed, because you eating something other than the few morsels of rice that you're given is a, you know, indictment of the Khmer Rouge, is saying that they're not providing enough food for their people. And if you're going to say that, you're a goddamn traitor, right? So you can't even look for extra food, even though they're not giving you enough to survive on. Yeah, it was fucking hell on earth. But it wasn't communism. If you listen to what I say, you see the connections already between this philosophy and a philosophy like MAGA. America has lost its way. Real Americans have been pushed out of place. You know, you got these cosmopolitan people. They're bringing all the immigrants in. They're transing our kids. They're doing, you know, like this is fucking MAGA shit, right? It's similar to MAGA. It's similar to Nazi Germany. And that's what, you know, that's the kind of revolution that Pol Pot led. So, you know, I always find it really funny when somebody associates Pol Pot with a philosophy, a political philosophy that he just was not intellectually capable of even understanding, right? And you know, you see a piece of shit like Pol Pot running a country, you know, he didn't get there by himself. Yeah, damn right he didn't get there by himself. He got there because of Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger's expansion of the Vietnam War into Laos and Cambodia. So anyway, diatribe over. Let's try to finish this content, chat. This is ostensibly an Epstein stream, but chat keeps on making me talk about communism.
Organizations, and of course the Catholic Church
and fascism. Now we're into fascism, chat.
Church in the 1980s. The Catholic banking stuff is really interesting, because you're right, it is a sovereign country, and also their income is comes to them in strange ways, and there's very little transparency there, and not a lot of people willing to talk. And it is located in Italy, obviously in the Vatican. Although I don't know if the bank is in the Vatican. Vatican's not very big. But it's crazy. Like they really, I mean, all the stuff with the Gulf, we did not know about that prior to this stuff. I mean, you know, Epstein, one of his best friends is the chairman of DP World. You know, you have his involvement with people in the diplomatic establishment.
Mike Dredd, you're truly crazy. Yeah, that's right. There's no such place as Cambodia.
And like, yeah, you have him, like the international diplomatic establishment.
There's no such thing as history. What are you talking? You crazy.
But like you have him seen as somebody to confide this stuff to, and like as someone who, if you give him this information, he knows who to give the information to or how to connect you with people that you can utilize whatever information that you have. So like you actually really do see Epstein's strength as a connector come through here in a lot of the emails.
Well, it's interesting because I was doing a little revisiting. I rewatched the Peacock documentary on Ghislaine Maxwell. If people want to watch that, it has a lot of really good information in there. One of them being that her father, Robert Maxwell, was both heavily involved in the KGB and heavily involved in Israeli intelligence. He got a state funeral in Israel. And then you see how he was really involved in arms trading. And then Epstein comes along, and he fills a very similar role in the Maxwell circle with his daughter Ghislaine. And he was involved in arms trading too, and obviously clearly some weird financial dealings, but also intelligence. And then of course the sex trafficking was his trade too. And then you have this 2020 confidential FBI source email that comes out in this, which says the FBI source claimed in one of these files, one, that Trump was, quote, compromised by...
Ryan Dorito says, talking about Epstein, like everyone doesn't know he was behind Pizzagate. Well, yeah, he was definitely associated with Pizzagate, right? Epstein was a, high-profile pedophile at the height of QAnon, so of course he would have been thrown in there. But the QAnon theories of Epstein, were more about connecting him to, in addition to some of the people he truly was connected to, like Bill Clinton, also connecting to him to Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, etc., through the conspiracy of Pizzagate. Pizzagate, unironically, seems to have been created possibly with Epstein's help. And by Pizzagate, I'm talking about the conspiracy theory, right? This psyop that maybe it ate your mom's brain, maybe it ate your dad's brain. One in chat if you've lost a relative to QAnon, right? If you had a relative like just go off on weird fucking conspiracy shit and strange QAnon memes and stuff, right? So yeah, the Epstein was doing shit like using the pizza code, right? This was attributed to John Podesta and people in Hillary Clinton's office. No evidence was found connecting them. They were calling a place called Comet Pizza and Ping Pong, right? To order pizza. There were emails that were leaked from Hillary Clinton's email server, right? And sometimes they'd be like, hey, anybody want to order pizza? Yeah, would you like pepperoni? Would you like cheese, right? So QAnon took this and said, oh yeah, when they're talking about cheese, they're saying little girls, right? And when they're talking about pepperoni, they're saying little boys. They're ordering victims is what they're doing. Somebody shows up at Comet Pizza and Ping Pong, says that they've heard a story that they've got victims, they've got children down in the basement. He comes with a gun and says, take me, to where you've got the children locked up, because he believes this full hog, right? Goes down there, ends up shooting a hole in the roof. Obviously, there's no basement in the Comet Pizza and Ping Pong. There just isn't one, right? Structurally, you could jackhammer through the fucking ground and you wouldn't find shit, down there, right? So, there was no place to show him. He luckily didn't kill anybody, but did some damage to the building. But yeah, people were distracted, I guess, from the real life predation, which does involve people like Donald Trump. And had Trump had to face a scandal about his connection to Epstein, in 2016 when he was running, or even in his first term, right, we might not be talking about a Trump administration right now. This served a purpose for Trump. And there's a very old technique that the Nazis in Germany used as well. That's where you accuse your opponent of the thing that you're guilty of. So therefore, if they try to say, hey, wait a minute, no, you're the one that's connected to the pedophile. You're the one that's right. That there's already a built-in thing. Well, it sounds like I know you are, but what am I? Right. It doesn't seem serious. So yeah, I mean, as silly as that tactic is, it apparently worked, and it really kept people from connecting Trump with Epstein in the way that they should have up until now. And like I told you, the only thing that changed that was a series of errors, a series of unfortunate events for Donald Trump that just made him look really fucking guilty. That revealed that though the real one that doesn't want the Epstein files released is Donald Trump. So, before anybody recycles well, why didn't Biden? If there was anything bad in there, then Biden would have, I'm sorry, that's a thought terminating cliche. All right. Don't let your logic be cucked like that. Nobody in the capitalist class, including Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and probably anybody who's even been considered for president, wants for this stuff to come out because it connects to a lot of people that their power is tied up with, right? The Epstein class, the billionaire class, is the class that runs the world. And if you are a successful politician, you're usually there because you've been accepted by that group of people. And if you start spilling the beans about, what they're getting away with, the kind of impunity that they exercise, you will be kicked out of the club and you will be probably silenced in some way. So that's how we find ourselves where we are today.
Real. The other is that Alan Dershowitz was the one apparent who
Pizzagate was real. Look, it's real in that Epstein, talks about pizza, and it does seem to be in a way that sounds like a code, right? Pizzagate was real, but it wasn't an issue like with the the Clinton camp, the Clinton campaign, and the and like Tom Hanks, right? Remember, this was like who they threw the guilt on, right? Who the QAnon leaks, the breadcrumbs that Q would drop on 4chan, tended to tie back to, people like Tom Hanks, right? And Tom Hanks dealt with years of harassment and, kind of a defamation that's really hard to address, even if he wanted to, because it's so decentralized, right? But yeah, it turns out that, Pizzagate was going on, but it wasn't the people that QAnon was talking about. That whole thing was put in there as a distraction from Trump's culpability and association with Jeffrey Epstein.
They claim Dershowitz was working for Mossad, and that Dershowitz was the one to tell Alex Acosta that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. Now, this is I think that the confidential FBI source or the informant, whoever is working for them,
Cray says it's real in that Podesta and Clinton were involved. Stop covering. Yes, you caught me. I'm a Hillary Clinton stan, right? Actually, it's just because I shipped Clinton and Huma Abedin for so long, and it's wonderful to learn through Q that they were actually in a lesbian relationship, right? That both of their marriages to Bill Clinton and Anthony Weiner were a sham. And so this was they're my favorite couple. What do we call them, chat? Humery or something, if we're gonna make Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin. No, I mean, look, there's lots of good memes in QAnon, and I won't lie to you, I've joked about a lot of them. If I'm being honest, I fucking hate Hillary Clinton, right? She's one of my least favorite politicians. And Podesta is a fucking weirdo. Like, Podesta, I would not leave alone with my kids, but, try as we might, there's nothing that there's nothing solid, there's nothing tangible that connects either of those people to this kind of abuse of children. There is, however, for Jeffrey Epstein. And who do we find connected to Jeffrey Epstein? Well, Bill Clinton, for one, and Donald Trump. And, you can tell which side the right wing wants to deal with, but in earnest, right? The QAnon conspiracy theory was seeded into 4chan. Now, let's be real, right? If you know 4chaners, they didn't believe much of this stuff, right? It was memes, like it was to me, right? It was memes, right? The idea of Podesta and the spirit cooking and all the, it was fun. It was weird. It was funny, right? But it had a second life on Facebook, right? And this is what I'm talking about your aunts, your uncles, your mom, your dad, people like this. Anybody on here like lose somebody to QAnon? Where you have a relative that just gets obsessed with this shit, disappears, like you can't talk to them anymore because they everything is fucking QAnon to them. That was on purpose, and that was to distract from the very real connection of the Epstein class, the millionaire and billionaire class, those in power on both sides of the political spectrum to Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes. So now that we've taken a look into the files, right, we're seeing even a connection between Epstein and 4chan. It's founder Christopher Poole. Although I gotta admit, that stuff still sounds like a meme to me. That stuff is wild, right? But yeah, no, it very likely was, created by Bannon and or Epstein and seeded into 4chan in order to have a second life on Facebook in order to infect the more impressionable, like the same people that are falling for AI shit. Anybody got a relative that's always like, did you see this? And they send you some AI shit. And you're like, Grandma, that's not real. That shrimp Jesus is not real, Grandma. You cannot pray to shrimp Jesus, Grandma. That's not real. That's not real. Somebody made that with AI, Grandma. Stop looking at that stuff, Grandma. Right? It's the same kind of thing. The same kind of people that were, susceptible to that. And especially during COVID. God damn. Like COVID was a fucking nightmare, right? To navigate. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like there was a psychological component to it. There was, your life gets interrupted. You're scared, right? Of invisible pathogens that you aren't sure. At first they're like, don't wear a mask. And then they're like, do wear a mask. And then the information goes back and forth. Our understanding goes back and forth. It's spread by droplets. It's spread by, it's airborne, right? We eventually find it's airborne, right? It was a very scary time. And it was very hard to know, what to trust. Because, yeah, some of the information that's coming down, like first thing is, in the case of the don't wear the masks, right? That was to maintain the PPE for medical personnel who really needed it in order to be able to help people infected with COVID without getting infected themselves. And then, but still, when it's literally, public health, kind of telling you something that turns out not to be true, right? That has an effect on people. And I think the combination of that and, just all the, all the things that were happening around 2020, I think this literally cooked some people's brains, and some people's brains have not come back yet from this. But again, it does a good job of deflecting the guilt to the parties that the QAnon aunts and uncles and grandmas and granddaddies, memas and peepaws are already predisposed to dislike, right? So if you say it's Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, then you don't have to face the fact that it's Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Yo, who could have predicted? Who could have predicted?
That's a step above, of course, this tip line.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I'm curious about your take on that, because we've talked about this around the office a lot. It's not like he worked directly for Mossad. He worked on the behalf of other government interests as well. He's almost like a spy for hire at the highest level for a variety of different governments. But obviously the Israeli connection is significant.
Well, so I saw, and I have not confirmed this myself, but I saw a couple people claim that confidential source was none other than Chuck Johnson, who is, I believe, currently incarcerated.
I think he's about to get out, but yes, I saw that
We're
same
freeing him.
claim. That
Wait, what is this? Biden is in the files? Biden's not in the files, but, if you want to criticize the Biden administration for not, opening this up and looking into it, feel free, right? I myself must admit that, when I first heard that Epstein had unalived himself, heard that there was no video camera, it seemed sus as fuck. I thought there's definitely something going on. I don't know if Donald Trump had him killed. Maybe somebody else that's in the files and doesn't want Epstein to implicate them killed him. I thought it was weird. But the fact that, both Trump's DOJ and Biden's DOJ didn't come up with anything out of it, right? Made me think, okay, well, maybe this is just the one time, where there is no, you know what I mean? He killed himself because he knew he was going to go to jail forever and, be remembered as a fucking monster. Maybe, I thought maybe he had actually killed himself, right? But, the people in the place to know about this would have been the Trump administration and the Biden administration, and either administration you know, you should have. I get that it's harder, and I'll admit that it's harder to look into something like this when there's not this kind of focus on it. Right now, we've got focus. We're able to look into the Epstein files. We're able to shame the Trump administration to releasing some of this stuff just because everybody's focused on it now. It wasn't the case, you know, even during Trump, even right after he killed himself, and it wasn't the case with Biden. So there's no pressure. And also these guys, you know, who knows, maybe they are, you know, covering for, I would assume until otherwise proven that people in power in a position to know about Epstein very likely covering for each other. And it's for the reason I told you, right? That, you know, there's a network of blackmail. Everybody's got dirt on everybody else. And if one person gets implicated or drops dirt on somebody else, then it could be it's like nuclear war, right? Somebody, you know, nukes somebody else, and then everybody's shooting nukes before too long, right? That's what they're trying to avoid, I think, in covering for each other.
That Chuck Johnson was the source of that.
It would line up a little bit with it being Johnson, and especially because Johnson loves betraying his friends. And of course, he was very good friends with Alan Dershowitz, which is, can you imagine being
He
a fly
worked
on
for
that
him
wall?
or something, didn't he?
He certainly did. Yeah. And I think retained a pretty good relationship with him afterwards. I actually just saw a video of somebody talking to Johnson's parents on the street outside the courthouse in Texas, where his dad claims he was also good friends with Benjamin Netanyahu as well, which is, what a trio. Dersh, Johnson, and Ben. Oh my God. But I can kind of see it being Johnson.
Does that make it more or less credible? I mean,
okay, so I got a chud in chat claiming that Biden is totally in the Epstein files. Stop covering for him. Stop lying. Look it up. Listen, if there's anything to this, it's gonna be in a headline on Twitter, right? Because especially right now, where Elon is definitely implicated, and maybe we'll have a chance to go through that in just a second, right? Let's look at the headlines on let's give it news. That's the most headlines. All right. Clintons agree to deposition in Epstein probe after subpoena. Leaked DHS files profile Portland protester as Antifa leader. Okay. Resurfaced emails reveal Chomsky. There we go. There's somebody that's in the, if you're looking for a lefty that's in the Epstein files, look no further than Noam Chomsky. DOJ releases 3.5 million pages of Epstein documents. 2019 email alleges Epstein Maxwell. Oh my gosh. Did, occluded the throats of girls in Epstein's New Mexico ranch. Listen, I gotta say, if there was anything credible about Biden, the place it would rise to the top would be Elon's ex. If he could get some, and we got Chomsky, so I mean, I guess that's, look, I'm serious. Chomsky, Noam Chomsky, not anywhere as interesting as Bill Clinton, right? Or sorry, as Joe Biden, right? And that would be a new thing. We do have Ehud Barak, though.
Also,
Wait, is Tulsi Gabbard in there? Jesus Christ. I'm not even seeing Biden trending, right?
the email from Epstein saying I'm not Mossad, winky face. I mean, a little bit.
It is very,
Yeah.
but I mean, the basic fact stands is that Epstein's straight up business partner was Ehud Barak. Now Ehud Barak is, I don't know if I had a one word description for him, I would be Mossad, but probably I guess would be Israeli prime minister, which is not one word, but it's a series of words that give one idea, which is the same thing. And but
yeah, I mean, it's something about her connection to Russia. I don't even know.
he obviously, like many Israeli leaders, came up via the IDF. He was military intelligence. I believe he was head of intelligence for a while. And a lot of the things that he and Jeffrey Epstein work on are intelligence related matters. And I'm not talking about just spy stuff, although they do talk about Israel investing in spyware. In fact, it just came out. I believe Ryan Grimm found this because there's some audio that Epstein, I guess.
I've got some reporting on Joe Biden not pushing to release the Epstein files. Kamala Harris talking about that. Biden opted not to press the Department of Justice to release the files amid Harris's presidential. It sounds like she's bitching about, like, you could have helped me out in this election, Joe, if you would release the Epstein files, but sore loser like the rest of them.
Recorded of his calls with Ehud Barak, which is very interesting, where he actually, I believe in 2014, tells Barak about Palantir. He informs him about what it is, which is not even to get into Jeffrey's relationship with one Peter Thiel, who is only escaping this because he is very famously gay, because his ex-boyfriend did die by mysteriously falling out of a window of a, I'm sure, sumptuously, lavishly appointed apartment in, I believe, Miami. And we're going to have to say, you know what? I'm basing this on nothing. Brickell. And so it's gotta be. But they are, Epstein's business partner was the former head of Israeli intelligence. Epstein at one point in the emails to Bannon implies that Ehud Barak's political comeback in Israel, when Barak made a somewhat aborted attempt to be prime minister again, Epstein was involved in that. Or at least he implies that he was involved in that. He's like, this is what I've been doing, he says to Steve Bannon. It doesn't say exactly that, but in so many words.
Yeah, chat, I'm looking on Twitter right now, just like typing in Joe Biden and Epstein. I just want to give the devil their due, whether the devil is a chatter or something else. What the fuck just happened? Why did we lose this? Anyway, sorry, chat. Did the a video go away for a second there? It looks like it went away. I'm finding one account. Strangely, it's a vegan lady, a vegan cat lady, here claiming that Biden is in the Epstein file over 300 times. Is this a joke? I haven't read the files, but there are over 300. If you go to the DOJ site and search for him, we can also see him on C-SPAN groping. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So again, it's like the kind of thing where, if you're going to make these claims, show your math, right? When there's a new revelation of somebody being identified in the Epstein files, somebody being implicated, you see, not just posts claiming it, but you see pictures showing it, right? This is a person being like, I haven't read the files yet, but yeah, no, definitely Joe Biden. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is doing that? That's crazy. Oh, I see what's doing it. Maybe I move this like this. Let's see if this fixes it. Yeah, we're fixed. Okay, good. Yeah, the screen went white. I think I got it fixed now, though.
No, it is. This is a guy. A friend sent me some stuff last night. I guess he's arranging meetings with Bill Burns. I believe Peter Thiel too. This is a guy who is. These are not.
Bill Burns, former CIA director from.
Ator is saying lies you can search. There's nothing.
When was this?
Yeah, I wouldn't be that bent out of shape if Biden was implicated. Look, Biden. There's credible allegations against Biden. I was thinking about the vegan teacher. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is like a. Oh my God, the weirdest people in the world, I gotta say, are like vegan MAGA. Right, that's a fucking weird little group, right? People that are and they do exist, right?
Was it Bush?
Just not many of them.
No. It was I think he was Obama's, right?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, William Burns.
Oh,
yeah,
he was
William Burns.
Biden CIA director.
Oh, Biden.
Well, look, we're equal opportunity. condemners here. So, if there's anything about Biden, I wouldn't have a problem showing it, talking about it. I looked for it, and all I could find was a crazy cat lady refusing to even read the files, but claiming that Biden's definitely in there. I do see a lot of smug liberals too, being like, "Guess who's not in the Epstein files? It's Biden and Obama."
Of course.
Oh, Elon's more than mentioned. Yeah, Morning Morgan. Oh my God, absolutely. Yeah, Elon's cooked, right? Because he's mentioned in a way that contradicts his story about Epstein, right? His story about Ghislaine Maxwell is that the only reason there's a picture of her with him is because she photobombed him. And his story about Epstein is that he got invited a bunch of times. Jeffrey Epstein wanted to bring him to the island, but he refused. He was too principled. And that is contradicted as well, because we've got lots of emails of Elon Musk begging for an invitation to hang out on the island. And he also said that he wanted to party, right? He didn't want a peaceful island vacation. He wanted to go during the wildest parties that Epstein could throw, right? And if you know Epstein and you could imagine what a wild party for Epstein looks like, then that's what Elon was asking for. You can search Jmail, all the docs. Biden, not so much. I mean, I would be surprised if he wasn't mentioned at all. Like, right, he was president for 4 years, but yeah, he's not. Nothing like an implication or a connection to Epstein.
No, he was Deputy Secretary of State under Biden. Under Obama. Duh. But and then packs up for Hillary and John Kerry. No. But Epstein is really serving as a guy that you go to when you want to get things done, and especially when you want to get things done internationally with money and with women. That's who sent me the text last night. But that is, I mean, I don't know whatever you want to call that. That's what he was doing. I mean, there's no ambivalence. There's no wiggle room about it. I mean, he was somebody who served at the nexus of these very powerful people in the diplomatic world, in the financial world, and in the military, or military intelligence world. And the Barack thing, I think, is really just so, I mean, when we know more about that too, because Ehud Barak's emails got hacked. And so we can see sort of not just the conversations that Epstein was involved with, but conversations he was having around that stuff, which actually gives us a much better view. Epstein's emails, and people need to remember too, that not everything Jeffrey Epstein did is going to be in his emails. And so people will be and a lot of times he's talking to Barack, and these guys email like nuts, but he's talking to Barack or he's talking to Bannon, and something sensitive comes up and he'll say, not for email. Yeah, call me, not for email. And there's a reason for that, I mean, that's not because he was trying to explain complicated things. Nothing stopped him from very poorly and grammatically, uniquely trying to explain complicated subjects to people over emails or text messages. He did it all the time. It's clearly about sensitive things that he wouldn't email or text about.
What I also found interesting too was he was outlining the whole Bill Gates story, and where Bill Gates allegedly, he was procuring prostitute, or Bill Gates had gotten, according to what Epstein wrote to himself.
Yes,
I want to make this clear. Bill Gates had
Wait, are we talking about like a email draft?
Gotten a venereal disease from a prostitute, and he wanted to know how he could slip antibiotics into his wife's drink or something like that to get antibiotics, surreptitiously give his wife antibiotics so he wouldn't have to reveal to her that he had given her a STD. Now, we should say this is I
mean, so, impunity is maybe a word that doesn't get used so much. It's a kind of an old-fashioned word. If that's throwing anybody off, right? What am I saying when I say they are living with impunity? This is what I'm talking about, right? The very fact that Bill Gates expects, when he contracts, an STI allegedly, right, expects there to, because I'm rich, right? I may have infected my wife with an STI, right? But because I'm rich, I get to procure antibiotics and secretly give them to their. He does, in other words, he is above dealing with the consequences of his actions, right? That's what impunity is.
Epstein memorializing the conversation that he had with Gates, or allegedly memorializing the conversation he had with Gates. Now, to do this as a practice is a very strange. I mean, it's like, this is the thing that if you are famously, Comey did this when he went in to meet with Trump. As soon as he got out, he wrote up the thing. I mean, this is what you do if you are in a, sensitive positions and you want to make sure that in the course of your work, you don't get in trouble. And so you send yourself an email, and that in any type of legal proceeding functions as evidence. It's not, perfect evidence, but it falls on the side of trying to prove something that you contemporaneously emailed to somebody else or to yourself. Like, what's going on here? Like, what is Jeffrey Epstein? Is it like what is the purpose of this? For him to remind himself about the conversation he had with?
Okay, I got one person saying the screen is blank again. Anybody else seeing screen being blank? Anybody else got an issue with the screen? Can people see the screen? I got one person that says they cannot see the screen is white, I'm guessing. You can see the screen? Majority report is lagging? Oh. Just getting a bit of skipping?
With Bill Gates. So for in the future, he can use, like, he knows how Bill...
Oh, wait, that person may be watching behind. Right, if they're seeing a blank screen, they're probably watching behind.
Gates works, or what is going on?
Or it looks like a draft to Bill. I mean, he's writing it to Gates.
No. He's
do you need the story from Fallout 3 to play it? No, you can play Fallout New Vegas. It's like it's its own thing, right? In fact, if you to understand what's going on in Fallout Vegas, 1 and 2 are actually more helpful, right? In terms of getting to know the story of the NCR and let's see, like, all the stuff that's going on in, like, California. What is it, like the NCR, the cons, everybody from California, right? You get to know in Fallout 1 and 2, but you can still play Fallout New Vegas, right? Regardless, even though it comes after Fallout 3, it's definitely not necessary to play Fallout 3.
Writing this to him.
I know, but it's direct. Go to the beginning. It's Dear Bill. So he's writing it to himself. It's like a draft, almost letter.
When you're really pissed off at somebody and
Yeah.
you want to write him a text message and you're like, hold on, I'm too hot right now.
Yes,
I'll
write it in a
draft
note.
the motherfucker. I'll write
Yep.
it in the notes app.
Yep.
And then tomorrow I'll just delete it and write all good, man.
Yeah, right.
I do, there is some serious reporting about Epstein maybe trying to blackmail Bill Gates over his relationship with a young bridge player. Bill and Melinda split after some of the Epstein stuff came out. I think she has used that a little bit cynically because clearly she knew about that stuff, but it only became a big deal when.
Okay, Brace, cool it with the anti-feminism here.
Well,
He gets
I'm
to
not
girl
saying
boss
we
about
love
this.
Mel. We call her Mel around my house. We love Mel G, but I do think I do kind of wonder if she found out about the cheating via this. I feel like several of our nation's most treasured ancient wives found out that their husbands were stepping out on them via Jeffrey Epstein document dumps. I mean, Larry Summers' wife obviously must have as well. But Epstein was
Giants minority owner Steve Tisch.
yeah, exactly. Jessica, no, you must protect him. I do think that Epstein was up to something.
All right, Chad, I gotta. Sorry, this has been an extra long segment. It's definitely an interesting segment to me, and I want to continue in just a second. But I just gotta catch up with where we're at, right? So, this is kind of been a funky stream. We are somehow at 15 right now out of 100. This is like a record low. tonight. So, I don't know. Are we going to get bonus content? Let me look at and tell you what's up. 85 of you have voted for us so far. So 85 people at some point wanted bonus content. What are they voting for? Well, most of them are voting for Epstein's Pizzagate, right? That is literally, content, the content that explains the connection between Epstein, Steve Bannon, and Pizzagate and 4chan, right? It's an interesting story. I'm not sure how much I believe, because this could, I don't know, it just seems like a meme, honestly. The idea of Epstein getting to know the owner of 4chan, and Bannon and Epstein sort of seeding QAnon. Could it really be that simple? Could it really be that simple? That's what was going on with so I'm not sure, but we'll look at that if we end up selecting it. That's at 38% in first place. Second place, we got Hassan is 100,000% finish, right? That's Hassan Piker, dealing with drama from SlopTuber, Nux Taku, the VTube Lolicon guy. Yo, JRG, thank you for making my night better already. I much appreciated. Oh, sorry, Neo Pergos, thank you for the gifted sub. Like I said, chat, if you're active in chat, you might just be the recipient of somebody's generosity. So thank you, Neo Pergos, for helping us all out with that. That gets us to 21. Yeah, if we can somehow... Look, I'm really, if you can't tell, I'm really motivated. I'm really interested in this subject. And I want to go long on this because I want to know about it. I want to understand. That might give us enough time to actually be able to get to 100. So if you're looking, this thing, basically this is the bonus counter. Every time somebody donates, this number goes up, whether it is a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or on patreon.com/nocommentchick or on Twitch Neo Pergos, just do, even if it's something like a Twitch Prime sub, right? It costs you nothing. You get that for free for being a Prime member, but it does put money in my pocket and it does count towards the bonus goal. So if we can somehow put together a stone soup and somehow, fund the bonus half, fund the fun half, so to speak, then we'll be able to watch another topic. And right now it looks like what people want is that connection. More of that connection, and they're going to talk about a little bit of it, but Breaking Points has got a deeper dive, a deeper dish, if you will. God, I shouldn't make Pizzagate jokes, chat, especially since I'm more of a New York style pizza gal myself. I like a good thin crust, but no, we can dive into that deep dish of the Epstein Pizzagate connection, as explained by Breaking Points. Breaking Points has got a lot on this. Dropsite has done a lot on this. We got a audio call with Ehud Barak. We've got an interview with Steve Bannon where Bannon's helping Epstein prep for his trial, ostensibly. A lot of really interesting stuff. So I'm game if you're game, right? I'll hang out and I do need to pee really quickly, but I'll be right back, and we'll try to run it until if we can end the stream with some bonus content, that'll be a real W. In the column. But right now we're at 21. That is 79 points away from 100. If we can get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll hang out a little bit longer and go into that extra deep dish Breaking Points content, explaining what Ryan Grimm and them are thinking about the connection between Epstein and Pizzagate. Other than that, it's just going to be more of this, and yeah, maybe getting into some more. I mean, there's a lot to go into, chat. Honestly, we haven't even really skimmed the surface. So I'm gonna be right back as quickly as I can. I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of my partner in crime, Waluigi. So be good for Waluigi, and I'm gonna play this, and then I'll be back, and we'll switch to some more Epstein content after that. How about that?
With Bill Gates. I mean, that is without a doubt. His Bill Gates guy, Boris Nikolic, was has his name appears in more Epstein emails than I've seen anybody else's. They were really involved in shit. They were trying to get Bill to fund a fund that they were doing with maybe Elon Musk. And
well, this is him trying to shake him down in this email to a degree, or drafting it here, where he says I'm very where he talks about this 30 to 40%. He said, in that regard, I suggest Yeah, basically, he was saying if you were so cruel to me, and if you were a better friend, I suggest I buy you the house so that you have your heart set on. In addition to 5 years severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed. 30 to 40% of $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's dollars, terms and conditions to be agreed. That is what I would have done if I had been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and that I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. And that is when he lists that accusation and talks about the STD and Melinda. But is that not him saying, pay me $30 million?
It does. It sure sounds like you're like standing up in the middle of a restaurant going like, hey, I'm not going to tell anyone about the time that you told me about your STDs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that completely to myself, even though you wanted to secretly give antibiotics to your wife, who is in the bathroom right now.
And when the yeast infection shows up and she blames herself, Bill, are you going to sit there tight-lipped? Yeah, it is crazy, basically. I don't know. I need to look at more of the emails too, because there seems to be, I was like really enmeshed in this morning. At one point, Boris Nikolic is setting up this fund. It's like a technology life sciences fund with what's his fucking name? It's the guy who owns VK, like the Russian like social media website, but he's an Israeli Russian billionaire, and he doesn't own it outright, but he owns, I think, a majority share in it. What is it? Yuri something.
Is it not Pavel Durov?
No, it's not Paddle. It's the guy who bought it. It's not the guy who started it. Yuri Milner. That's the guy's name. But he's a very big Eastern European descended, now is Israeli businessman, but I think he still has a ton of business interests in Eastern Europe and some many in the US as well, I think in the technology sector. But at one point, Boris Nikolic is getting advice on how to start this fund from Epstein, and Epstein makes some sort of oblique comments on how to make, or no, I gotta stop saying oblique. He makes some somewhat difficult to parse, but clearly directed at Bill Gates comments on how to get more money from Gates for this fund. And this fund did start, it looks like. There's a 2016 article in South China Morning Post that I don't have in front of me, but about they're investing in some San Francisco-based DNA. I think this is like the CRISPR kind of shit. I don't know. I gotta read it. That Microsoft was maybe gonna get involved with as well. So like this did happen.
We got an IMer who is saying that the reporting on the thing we just read was actually Elon Musk drafting an email for Boris to send to Gates.
Yes. Yeah. He's
which would make sense. So
Elon Musk?
Musk. I'm sorry. Epstein was drafting this for Boris to send to Gates. And in which case you're seeing Epstein essentially, and he probably does this all the time. He gets friends with the principal and with the sort of like agent, as it were. And that way he's playing both sides always.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many people. Epstein, for anyone who's actually read the emails, Epstein's writing is so bad. At one point in his email signature, I don't know why he took this out. He's like, sorry for the typo sent from my iPhone. Like that's in his email signature in everyone, or his whatever messaging, I guess email. Yeah. But a lot of people ask him for proofreading on Alan Dershowitz asked for the book. People ask for various emails or love advice emails, but he is definitely advising Boris. I don't know if that's the same email. It might be. I think it is. There is an email that Boris sends him. I am referring to something like a business plan that Boris sends him that he wants him to look over. But there's another email attached to that I can't remember if it's supposed to be to Gates. But that doesn't surprise me. I mean, he seems like he's scheming with Nikolic behind Gates's back, and it's just I think the only answer is we need a crazy congressional hearing thing about this. I really think that like that's what you got to do, because at this point, if you were involved in this shit but you didn't touch any girls, it's in your best interest to get up in front of Congress and have the most degrading spectacle of all time happen in DC.
I don't know why. I mean, if this isn't one track of Democratic oversight, I mean, they're going to get the House, assuming there's an election in this fall, and it actually is like goes off and is reported. Assuming we have a relatively normal election this fall, the Democrats are going to control the House. They're going to be able to do hearings on all of this. One wonders, and it really is just a function of like, how much do you want to embarrass Larry Summers?
Yeah.
How much do you want to embarrass the Clintons? How much do you want to embarrass? And it really is going to be a function of what the power dynamics are in the context of the House. But the idea that you would leave this on the table.
I don't think they will. I'm Robert Garcia
Did I miss anything? They're talking about what? The Democrats and the attempt to leverage the shutdown now? I can't tell. Do I need to roll it back, chat? Anything I need to roll back for? Let's go. I'll go forward and try to figure out what they're talking about, because I know we got to get through this before we can get to some more of the Epstein information. And possibly even to bonus content, although we are still at this point at 21 out of 100. So again, the things that make that go up are super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, right? All of those work. All those make it the number go up. And if we get up to 100, then I will stick around and cover that extra Pizzagate content with breaking points. So yeah, I'm gonna try to continue this deep dive stream for a long time tonight, and hopefully it'll be it'll be a good choice, right? And we'll get some bonus content at the end. But either way, chat. Let's proceed.
Rokan's getting a lot of public credit about this, and he has really pushed it, and teaming up with Massey was good. But the groundwork, that birthday book, all of that stuff, the initial, that was Garcia on oversight.
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
I think that they have a ton of powder here, and this is not necessary. It's an issue that all of these Democrats, that if you're under 70 and you're not in the Clinton wing, seriously. There's nothing material here except, of course, maybe pissing off intelligence,
donors,
or Stacey Plaskett.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I think you can get broad consensus among Democrats to get behind this if they take back the House.
I think that will happen too. I mean, I say Stacey Plaskett because she's one of the people that would have to be on both sides of any kind of hearing, because she was the one that was getting text
She's not a
messages.
voting member, though, is she?
I don't know how delegates work. I don't know how territories work.
I don't think she's a voting member. She's from the Virgin Islands.
And ask questions.
Yeah, I think so.
That's it.
I mean, I think so. I think
I guess
so.
you're right. Yeah, because the Virgin Islands
asks questions.
Territory.
But,
she just and you get paid, I guess. So it's it's not the worst gig in the world. You don't have to worry.
And
No one gets mad
apparently,
at
you don't have to come up with
votes.
your own questions.
No, you
to ask
don't.
people.
Well, then never mind. So, but it's it is interesting. I mean, I think that the one advantage that the Democrats have now is that they're not in the executive, where they would probably have a lot of older people who probably would have known Epstein in, whereas Trump is in the executive and has so many old people that were good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and so they can kind of press this advantage. And it also, I mean, I don't know about internal dynamics whatsoever. It also might help you. I mean, there is a sort of tension between older and younger, members of the Democratic Party, as I'm sure there is in the Republican as well in some regards. And you can kind of use this also to your advantage. But yeah, it is. And the tech people, they should not have switched allegiances. They should not, because if they were still donating, I don't know if this would be as big a deal. But most of the tech guys were mentioned in this, obviously our GOAT Reed accepting, are now Republicans, and so it really the field is pretty wide open for the Democrats to take advantage of this. But the thing is, they're just really bad at doing politics.
Very bad.
And so I think that might be the problem that they have.
Well, Brace, thank you so much for this. It is this stuff is just overwhelming. I imagine you're.
We're doing it for the love of the game tonight. If you liked what you heard from the middle, go follow True and On with Brace Belden. If you liked from what you heard from the left and the right, go follow Majority Report. And since this is their video, I'll put their link in the chat. All right, linking it in Twitch, linking it on YouTube, and of course, my dear Shorts chat. I will link it to you as well. There you go. All right, so let's see. We've got let's take a really quick look into Philly D. I mean, obviously his stuff is more big picture, but maybe we need to. Breaking Points has got. Oh my God. No, wait. We don't have time for Philly D chat. We got to go into. Gotta go into this. Oh, and I see the bonus content. I see the Pizzagate video chat. We'll see if we get there. Okay, we're at 21 right now. If we can get 79 points further, then we can stick around for the Pizzagate epic explanation, the inception of Pizzagate as a conspiracy theory, and the real Pizzagate that was going on the whole time with Epstein.
Another person who was quite a focus of this
billionaires now.
Yeah, of this release is Elon Musk. Now, Elon is an interesting character, isn't he? Richest man on the planet. You'll recall when he was having a falling out with Trump, he put out on Twitter, X, whatever, he was like, Trump is in the Epstein files. That's not why they're being released. And I guess he would be somewhat in a position to know because it turns out he is also in the Epstein files. Now, he had claimed that there's that infamous photo of him and Ghislaine Maxwell. And he had claimed she had photobombed him. And so this was not his fault that they're in this picture together. It was just happenstance. They happened to be same place, same time, bad luck for him. He had also claimed that he had been invited to the island, but he refused on principle, in all caps, he refused to go. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the email exchanges here between Elon and Jeffrey Epstein and see if they back up his accounting here. So
Jingle Jam says Watergate Nixon has become kind of like the law of politics instead of the exception. Like when Franz Kafka said leopards break into the temple and guzzle the chalices empty. This happens repeatedly. Eventually one can predict that this will happen again. It becomes part of the ceremony. That's a wow. That's a great way of putting it. That is exactly, well, look, that's the big picture too, right? If you're looking at the big picture from, Watergate, which was, a break-in at the Democratic National headquarters that was actually tied back to the president at the time, Richard Nixon. And, the end result of that was Nixon's own party letting him know in no uncertain terms that they were ready to impeach him, right? Impeachment, unless one side has the vast majority, unless the opposition has the vast majority of the Senate, right? Impeachment has to be somewhat bipartisan for a president to be impeached. This is why Trump was never impeached, right? The Republicans were a solid wall of honestly people that knew they were going to get a primary challenge if they did vote to impeach Trump. So Trump was, Trump was impeached. He was never removed from office by a vote of the Senate, right? That would have happened to Nixon had Nixon not resigned before it could happen. But the theory that justified or was meant to justify Nixon's actions, right, the unitary executive, if the president does it, it is thereby not against the law, is a notion which never quite died a death, the death that it deserved in the Supreme Court. It never went away, in other words. It was always kicking around. There was always right-wing weirdos who were like, yeah, actually the unitary executive was pretty based, right? And finally you get a, kind of a plot by the Federalist Society to, pack the court, as they have like six, I don't know how many. Well, they've got a majority, right? The majority of the candidates in there, the majority of the justices in the Supreme Court are Federalist Society members, right? And, you got a court that was willing in some ways to at least begin to extend the same notion to Trump of this executive immunity, this idea that in the pursuance of his executive duty, his duty as president, he is not subject to the law. And that is a scary precedent that was set, and it's a precedent that could be expanded even further, right? And what Jingle Jangle Jam is saying there is that, it allows not Richard Nixon himself, but the idea behind Richard Nixon's justifications for his, criminal, his involvement with what sounds like a criminal action to interfere in the election. It becomes like, yeah, no, that's based, right? The Supreme Court, the fear is that the Supreme Court of today would look at that and say, yeah, based.
Elon Musk, who claims to have refused Epstein's invite to the island, wrote an email to Epstein released by DOJ. Do you have any parties planned? I've been working at the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. I want you to understand something. This email asking about party experience, to let loose and do not want a peaceful island experience, this was sent at 6 a.m. on Christmas morning. Okay.
Apologies, chat. The earlier content that we listened to. Hey, has the sound been like loud all day? Anybody notice that? That when I play the video, sound is... It should be fixed now, but...
The concept of emailing Jeffrey Epstein in this manner on Christmas morning while your kids are there is crazy. And Epstein replies, understood, I will see you on St. Bart. The ratio on my island might make Tallulah uncomfortable. And that was Elon's wife at the time. This was sent in 2012. So a little bit of a different picture painted there. Let's put the next one up on the screen. Here's another Elon Musk exchange here. This is from 2013. So again, this is years after. We know he's...
I only notice it when it's breaking points, because their audio is optimized in a way that I don't agree with, right? I have different standards and aesthetics, let's just say, than the audio engineers for breaking points. So yeah, it's almost painful for me to listen to, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about somebody's job on breaking points, and I'm not trying to get them fired, but maybe, I don't know. Richard Nixon's corruption at the tail end of the Vietnam era caused by his suspicion of critics of the war being sympathizing with the enemy and felt alienated from the Cultural Revolution. Yeah, and this is, depicted cinematically, not literally, not but an interpretation of a real event is in, I believe, the film Nixon, where he visits the Lincoln Memorial and runs into and talks to and kind of debates some hippies that are no fans of his.
Convicted, sex criminal. So all is out about him. And you got a whole exchange back and forth here.
I listened to lots of audio. It's fine. It's not, my ears disagree. And I'm listening on, if you listen to a lot of audio, like what's one of the most neutral headphones that you can get, right? Will we be talking about AKG K240s? Yeah, this is like, designed for mix downs.
About when you're going to be there any day 1st through the 8th. Play it by ear if you want. There's always space for you, Epstein says. Elon says, okay, probably the 1st then.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's something with headphones, right? Just the nature of headphones themselves. But I don't know. I feel like, people have different, people have different ideas of what, a good mix sounds like.
Epstein says the 2nd or the 3rd would be perfect. I'll come and get you. Musk says, I need to fly back to LA on the night of the 2nd. So, and then it just cuts off. And then Epstein says, I actually could fly back early on the 3rd, or I think that's Elon.
Yeah, it's Elon.
We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? So whole back and forth about here's your time, here's the time, always room for you. I'll, accommodate whatever your schedule is, etc. Let's go ahead and put the next one up on the screen. This one is this is the most Elon thing I've ever seen in my life, I think. So Epstein writes him and says, any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly of the UN has many interesting people coming to the house. Elon replies, I run and lead product design engineering for 2 complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time. To which Jeffrey Epstein replies, do you think I am retarded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25 and all very cute. So Elon's autism here, blocking him
off the charts
from being able to see, like, dude, I'm not inviting you to New York for some freaking diplomatic meeting at the UN.
Yeah, I have some interesting diplomatic friends for you to meet, Elon. And yeah, he's wow.
This is going to be a party with a bunch of young girls. And, to get, in fairness to Elon, we don't see any response here. So I don't know if he partook in this particular
Elon's
offer.
reply has been that he was well aware that many of the emails and his correspondence could be misconstrued and be used by his detractors. So that is all that he has said now so far, used by detractors to smear him. I had very little correspondence with Epstein. I declined repeated invitations to go to his island, is what he said. So, well.
So are we going to go over why that is, Cap?
Exactly, 100% clear.
Well, we got one more here for Mr. Musk. Let's put C4 up on the screen. So Elon had sworn that Epstein had never toured SpaceX because that was an allegation that had come up before. Well, here we are. Here is Epstein saying, thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. And Elon replies, I see. So in 2020, Elon said, to the best of our knowledge, Epstein never toured SpaceX. Don't know where that comes from. And here is Epstein.
Oh yeah, speaking of Brace, there he is on Twitter.
Seemingly confirming that he did actually enjoy the tour of SpaceX that he had back in, this is 2013. So again, years after many horrible things were known about him.
Well, let's do the next one because this one is sick, shall we?
Okay, so C5, this is a Bill Gates one. All right, so this is really something. Epstein, apparently what's going on here, this is an email from Epstein to Epstein, where he appears to be memorializing a fight, in the words of Robbie Starbuck, that he had with Bill Gates. In it, he says Bill Gates got STDs from Russian women, and doesn't specifically say hookers, and then asked Jeffrey for antibiotics that Bill could secretly give to his wife, Melinda, without her noticing. I'll read a bit of this. It's very long, but in any case, he does talk about this alleged situation involving Russians, and that Gates, he claims, came to him and asked for antibiotics. He says, to add insult to the injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. Okay. In return for all of these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me and our friendship. Okay, so
yeah, I think this was in the context of a breakup letter, is how it's being described from Bill Gates, right? Bill Gates realizing that he has to cut ties with Epstein, trying to give Epstein some kind of story about why he's doing this, and Epstein pretty brazenly letting Bill Gates know, reminding Bill Gates of all the shit he has on him. Right? This is a friendship that you cannot leave. If you are, yeah, this is, you know, and if he can pull strings like this with, you know, Bill Gates, and I don't know. Oh yeah, so he's suggesting that Bill Gates pay him, right? I think he says something like, listen, if I was in this situation, I would be paying the person. If somebody had the shit on me that I've got on you, Bill Gates, right? I would be cutting them a check. I would be writing the check right now. Right? So yeah, I mean, he's really obvious what he's it's a little it does feel like a little bit of blackmail between friends. What's a little blackmail between friends? Come on. Don't say you haven't ever blackmailed your friends before.
not only is and we've talked about Bill Gates before, it is known he had a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Melinda Gates has come forward and said, yes, this is part of what ended our marriage because I thought this man was disgusting from the moment that I met him. I told my then husband that he really should not be spending time with this individual at all. He persisted nevertheless. And so, you know, she says that's not the whole reason.
I'm sorry, I'm forever ruined on persisted by, and yet she persisted or whatever. Just like
that the marriage is over, but yes, that was a part of the reason. The other thing that's interesting about this, outside of the like disturbing, salacious part and the whole idea of like slipping your wife antibiotics because you got some STDs.
But yeah, think about this. For Jeffrey Epstein, somebody with so much control over so many powerful people, for him to slip into this, as he was like later in his life, for him to slip into a place where no one can, no one wants to be associated with him, let alone wants to like hang out and, or is, I guess I'm exaggerating, aren't I? Yeah, I think there are some people that kind of stayed till the bitter end. It looks like Steve Bannon. We'll see if we have time for that. You've seen a little bit, maybe. I think they showed on Majority Report a little bit of the interview, or at least talked about the interview with Bannon interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. The context of that was that Epstein had a court date, and for his second trial, and was practicing seeming like anything other than a monster. With Bannon, filling in as the prosecutor. So. Bannon has kind of kept this quiet, and now it's out there. Right? The close relationship between Bannon and Epstein, definitely lasting longer than the Trump-Epstein relationship, which Trump did cut off at a point. But maybe not as deep, right? You get the feeling, looking at those old videos, that these two were best friends forever, partners in crime, as it were. The question is, what kind of crimes are we talking about? The mundane Trump kind of corruption crimes, or are we talking about something a little bit more of what Jeffrey Epstein is known for, right? That's the question. That's the that's the goal of the transparency of the Epstein files, right? To know exactly what is Donald Trump just protecting pedophiles, or has he participated in some of this activity with Epstein
from whoever. The other part, though, is you can see the level of controlling and manipulative behavior. I mean, this is directly blackmail. That's what this is.
I want to explain that.
Yeah,
part
go
too.
ahead.
So having read so many of his emails, not just in the files, but remember in the hacked emails that Ryan and I had access to, he memorialized stuff to himself all the time. He was constantly sending himself drafts and other things with, so not always something as extraordinary as this, but Epstein was well within the practice. He would often have drafts of statements and other things that he was sending to himself. By the way, Bill Gates has said, quote, "These claims are absolutely absurd and completely false. The only thing that these documents demonstrate is Epstein's frustration that he did not have an ongoing relationship with Gates and the lengths he would go to entrap and to defame. But at the very least, what we know previously is that their relationship centered around donor-advised funds with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and also Bill's quest to try and win the Nobel Peace Prize, which is something he desperately wanted. This all traces back like more than a decade. But I think the important part is if you look at the email, you can see very clearly, you know, whether it's true or not. He was obviously trying to blackmail him. That was, you know, like beyond what was said. And you can see, like, look, we don't know, but we previously, like you said, the statements from Melinda Gates or reports from Melinda Gates's team about Gates's like affairs previously, like while they were.
Wait, Epstein was at Thanksgiving at the White House with Donald Trump in 2017. Is that? I thought I remembered hearing something about a mention of spending Thanksgiving with Trump in Florida. Are you sure, Tanner, dude?
Married, but it did seem pretty extraordinary for them to have their marriage blown up, you know, in particular over this Epstein thing. At least that's what it looked like at the time. You know, we can only speculate, but reading and looking at this is obviously, in my opinion, the most overt, you know, one of an actual like relationship, some of the salacious tawdry stuff that we allegedly had gotten up to. And then when you withdraw your support from me, I'm going to lash out. Now, was this email, memo, or whatever ever sent? Can't see. We don't know. It was never
and what's the hacker? I mean, that's also, this is Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein. This is just his word to himself of his version of what he understands to have happened. So
but again,
we should put that out there.
Yeah, of course. But I can just say he did draft himself these types of emails all the time, which he would often then use and forward to.
Okay, so this is the draft email.
His legal team. Like when I read his correspondence, he would draft statements and questions and thoughts and concerns. There's always stream of consciousness.
How is Saagar really taking all this? Look, Saagar has kind of, like, he's, you know, put himself 10 toes down on the side of transparency. So even if he is maybe unhappy with the political results of the Epstein files, he is gonna, you know, he is going to remain consistent, right? If only for appearances. I don't know, you know, what his actual motivations are, but compared to somebody like Bongino, right? Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, in their civilian life, they were always talking about the Epstein files, always adamant about the need to make that stuff public. And then when they get into a position of power in which they, you know, if they were part of an independent, you know, DOJ, then I think they may be able to make that call, right? But because it's Donald Trump's DOJ, nobody's independent. You know, everybody's there because Trump put them there. They're there for their loyalty, and they're probably, you know, there because Trump has leverage on them, if I'm being honest. So, you know, they're put into a position where they have to become hypocrites. They have to become the antithesis of who they were in civilian life by now covering up for what the public is recognizing is a very real, you know, lack of transparency with the Epstein files. Saagar is, you know, not gonna, you know, Saagar has bit the bullet already, and you know, he's gonna, you know, ride it wherever it goes. He's also, you know, like not keen on the Trump administration for several other issues, but, you know, obviously still very conservative and embodying a lot of the, you know, rhetoric of the Trump campaign, if not the.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
embodying the rhetoric of the Trump campaign, if not, while disappointed, I guess, with the real policy that Trump has put into place. So that's where Sagar and Jetty is landing in in what's looking more and more like a post-Trump world, right? Whether this guy kicks the bucket, whether he is somehow impeached, like I told you, that's an uphill battle in any case, and rarely happens without the opposition party having a massive lead in the Senate. But or whether he is just 2028 comes along and he's replaced with a new president, right? Either way, we're looking to a post-Trump future. Trump is looking more and more like a lame duck. That is that, he doesn't like hold the sway that he would have earlier in his presidency when his numbers were higher, right? Trump came into office with some of the highest approval numbers that he's ever had. Now that's a very low bar, right? Trump, you compared to other presidents, Trump's approval numbers have never been that high. But for him, the beginning of the administration, he had general support of more than half of the people in the country. That has swiftly come down to the point where it's at now, where even people like Sagar and Jetty, a very conservative pundit, is not in favor, does not want to associate himself with the Trump administration. And although obviously he's critical of the Democrats as well.
Exactly like this, and then he would forward it to somebody else. So I know, based on his own record, having read tens of thousands of the guy's emails, that this does fit a pattern of the way that he would operate for stuff that he had previously
Well, and I mean, you think about it, because we always were like, dude, you are... Right. Like, your wife doesn't want you to be around this man, and you just can't stay away. Like, what is going on with that? And I think this gives you some insight, because when he did try to pull...
Yeah, what is that behavior, chat? Everything in somebody's life tells them to stay away from somebody, and yet they can't get enough of them, right? They, what does that say? It's like maybe a drug dealer, or, in this case, somebody that's allowing them to commit acts that society views as truly horrible and monstrous, and to get away with it, right? That could be a motivation for somebody to describe what Peter Attia termed Epstein withdrawal, right? Peter Attia, a MD and a nutrition writer. I believe he's also like a CBS, like he's a CBS, what do you fucking call it? He's on CBS. Anyway, new hire from Barry Weiss, and he is all up in the Epstein files talking about his things like his Epstein withdrawal, right? That since not, he is withdrawing from not being around Epstein, right? What does that say? What does that say?
Away, and and there was some financial relationship there. Looks like Epstein threw a whole fit and was like, I'm going to blow up your spot. Right. Like, I'm going to tell all of your dirtiest secrets that I know, and here's one of them. And there's one that's redacted here that we can't even tell what it is. And that's part of how...
Wait, Neopergos, surely there is a new Epstein by now? What do you mean by that? You mean somebody that, like, fulfills his role in, like, I guess I'd say, like, international intelligence? Like somebody that's committing the same kind of crimes as Epstein did and getting away with them because of his connections and his clout, or somebody who is, compromising others by, with this kind of blackmail, like what we saw with the Bill Gates. Sounds like the Epstein circle is a cult. Well, fuck. Look, I don't want to. It does sound like a cult. It sounds like a cult from a video game, right? That I played. And yeah, the Zodiac, right? The 12, and there's 12 people. It's a small cult. I don't know. Zera's not necessarily talking about the Zodiac secret society. That almost sounds like it could be a meme too. Do you know what I mean? Like, some of this Epstein shit is so fucking on the nose that I feel like, am I being played? Like, is this planted? I mean, with somebody as deceptive as he is, as like he deceives the way that most people breathe. It comes naturally to that man to fucking gaslight the fuck out of everyone around him, exactly just like the video game. Look, I mean, I don't know if we've got enough Persona 2 knowers in chat to really go off on the similarities, but yeah, I've been noticing lately weird similarities between Epstein and the whole plot of a video. What is it like? It's like Final Fantasy, I don't know, 7, 8 era, but from Atlas. It's the Persona game at the time. And yeah, it's just strangely similar, but again, not a game that most people played. Most people didn't get into Persona until 3. Let's be real.
He would keep people in. I mean, he was a master manipulator. There's no doubt about it. And so to the question of, was he like compiling blackmail on various powerful people, I think it comes across pretty clearly in this in this particular email. Let's go and talk about Reid Hoffman, member of the PayPal mafia, alongside Elon Musk. And he, very large donor, one of the largest donors to the Democratic Party. We've got, let's put C6 up on the screen here. So Hoffman.
Emily French, it feels like we're being primed to doubt everything. Yeah, it feels like a place where rumors become reality, and just by them being shared, just by them being uttered.
Funds this MIT Media Lab, and this reporter, she's like a right-wing reporter, but in any case, they hosted a conference called Forbidden Research.
No, what the fuck am I looking at? No, these words should never be combined in the way that they are being portrayed on the screen. I don't like this. Pizzagate was real the whole time. Yeah, it turns out. In the dark little heart of a man named Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, who are still being protected by the administration and really by the entire power structure. The entire capitalist power structure, right, does not want, whoever those co-conspirators are, right? That's what the question that we're asking, right? There were co-conspirators named in the case. One would assume people that participated in the same activity that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of, and got an incredible plea bargain, giving him like the ability to continue to not be incarcerated while he's working, and I guess just kind of come home to jail at night. I don't know how that worked, but it just doesn't seem like much of a sentence at all. And then there only being a second trial because this shit wasn't it was just so obvious that his punishment was not real. And so then you have, I guess, federal charges at that point, giving us the second Epstein trial, and that is the trial, before which, or during the proceedings of which, Epstein ostensibly Epsteined himself. Although some would say that that Epstein did not Epstein himself, that maybe somebody else Epsteined him. But again, chat,
And at that conference, they had proposed child-sized sex robots. Yeah. And these emails confirm that they had considered inviting Jeffrey Epstein to this Forbidden Research conference. You see them saying, Reid will be there, presumably Reid Hoffman too. I can drag interesting people over to the house for meetings.
And consider inviting benefactor Jeffrey Epstein. What the fuck? What is that? Why are these words on my screen? I can't. Okay, we got to get through this.
And
I can't.
Epstein is inquiring about the date. The dates are then put in there so that, you know, this reporter was able to confirm, okay, yes, this is the one, the conference that I was able to report on. So you've got, that's a bit of a sort of, you know, it's a bit of a more tangential link to Reid Hoffman. But then if we put the next one up on the screen, we've got a bit of a back and forth here between Reid Hoffman and Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein is saying, come to the island ranch, let's play.
Yep.
Hoffman's.
What is that? Is that an emoji chat? It looks like a frowny face. What is that? I don't, maybe I don't want to know.
Says probably not. China visits, etc., possibly next year. And he says, no, when are you back? Will you be in New York for General Assembly, Clinton, etc.? This one, in fairness to Reid, it looks like he is declining the invitation to come to the island or the ranch to quote unquote play. Right. There were other emails in here as well.
Oh, so the ranch is the New Mexico site
that show other coordinations of various trips, etc., that again demonstrate a level of friendliness and interaction and visits, etc., that are very different from what Reid had previously, you know, how he has tried to present his relationship.
In one of them, they go, Reid will spend the night at 71st Street, of referring to the mansion.
Manhattan mansion,
so,
yeah.
You know, I mean, it's bad look. Reid, by the way, has put out a statement. Let's go and put C8, please, up on the screen. Hoffman says, fixed your headline, LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman exonerated by Trump's FBI in newly released docs. Release all the files and prosecute the abusers, he's saying here previously, and he has noted specifically some of the other people who were named in the FBI file. But he said he regrets his relationship there previously with Epstein, but you can see pretty clearly, you know, close enough, just like with Bill Clinton and others, to have a pretty close association, to be invited and to have been hobnobbing here with the global and the financial elite. So
and that was in response to a New York Post article that put all of this together, from the one that you said about Reid will spend the night at 71st. There was also apparently a 2014 scheduling memo listing a variety of dinners and parties, as well as the line, Jeffrey will have Joy Ito and Reid Hoffman will go to the ranch for the weekend. J.E. did not give exact dates. An email Epstein penned to his assistant under the heading trip to the island states Reid will take a Virgin America flight from SFO to Fort Lauderdale, departing at 8:20, landing at 4:40. In 2023, Hoffman visited Epstein's former Caribbean private island, also known as Pedophile Island, the Post previously reported. Right. So in any case, and there was some exchange where like his passport ended up in Epstein goodie bag. Anyway, there were visits. There was a relationship there.
I want to know what an Epstein goodie bag is.
For sure, that again is very different than what had been portrayed. And actually, the New York Times had a great rundown. Go ahead and put C14 up on the screen here. They did a deep dive into a bunch of the characters who said that they, you know, were not close to Epstein and really had nothing to do with him. We already showed you Howard Lutnick. Oh my God, was so disgusted and repulsed by him. Elon Musk, I refused the invites. Kathy Rumler said, oh, we just had this professional relationship. You've also got Richard Branson, Andrew Farkas. He's another, he's a big Cuomo donor. That's his deal. And I think another finance guy. Peter Thiel, we're going to get to. Steve Tisch, we're going to get to.
Ooh, we're going to get to Peter Thiel.
And Leon Black, Leon escaped this particular.
Well, I mean, he only escaped this one because we already had everything we needed.
He's already taken the full L here, so we didn't do another dive into
that one goes without
Mr.
saying.
Leon Black.
Yeah, we don't need to continue to go on Leon. Let's do Richard Branson quickly. Let's do C9 just to show people. The famous British billionaire told Epstein to, quote, bring his harem the next time they met, as he gave him PR advice after the conviction for procuring a minor for prostitution. Steve, NFL fans, this one is the biggest NFL story that's come out so far. Let's go to the next one. So the emails show, this is, in my opinion, actually the worst exchange between any of the billionaires, because you can see here clearly, Tisch received scouting reports on women from Epstein, and the two men discussed whether the women were, quote, pro or civilian or a working girl. And they were sent in 2013. So you can see here that the New York Giants chairman, co-owner Steve Tisch, himself a billionaire who's related to multiple people who are currently in power, we're talking about multiple women and even referring to them as pro, civilian, and or working girls. So I'll let you surmise exactly what that means. You know, to be clear, he denies any wrongdoing.
Here's his statement. I pulled it up. We had a brief association where I exchanged emails about adult women, and in addition, we discussed movies, philanthropy, and investments. I did not take him up on any of his invitations, never went to his island. As we all know now, he was a terrible person and someone I deeply regret associating with. The Tisches are one of the wealthiest families in the country, extremely influential. You know, obviously, he's part owner of the Giants.
Chat, I just realized I buried the lead today. We actually have audio of Epstein. You're never going to believe this, right? And I'm going to get to this. I'm like, we're kind of in for a penny, in for a pound here. I want to see what the Peter Thiel thing is all about, right? We saw like Howard Lutnick. We've seen Elon Musk. A lot of these people embarrassed the whole list of people who claimed not to be that close to Epstein. And this tranche of files shows otherwise. But so, yeah, we're at least going to stick in this till we get Peter Thiel. But we also have Epstein selling Palantir technology, trying to spur interest from Ehud Barak of Israel in Palantir's technology. That should be wild. So yeah, we'll either finish with that, or if somehow by some miracle we hit the bonus goal after this incredible effort stream. And then I guess we'll also take a look into the Pizzagate tie-in, both the Epstein and Bannon's role potentially in the creation of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, as well as the ways in which a lot of the Pizzagate stuff could be modeled off of Jeffrey Epstein's own behavior, own use of covert language. So that's the stretch goal, Chad. If we could possibly get to 100 by the end of the stream, we are 79 points away from that. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I believe in miracles. Do you?
But also was a huge film producer. Wasn't he a producer of like Forrest Gump?
Yeah,
like
he was
major film credits. And yeah, I mean, this is a very powerful, wealthy family. So not surprising to find one of them turning up in the mix here. Wouldn't be surprising to find more of them turning up.
Oh, there's other, there's other mentions of NFL owners, but this was the like worst one in my opinion. What else do we have?
We've got some Peter Thiel stuff here, I believe.
The Thiel one. This one has been reported out, but still noteworthy. Let's put C11, please. The quote we already knew. This is C11. Let's put this one.
Okay, yeah. So Neoprogos, I'm sorry. Like I responded to like your comments earlier, and you said something else that tied right into that, and I didn't get back to that. Just to tie into like, surely there's a new Epstein by now. He wasn't the first by far. Yeah, you could hear in the story of Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, maybe some similarities into the kind of thing that Jeffrey Epstein involves himself in. And the same kind of blackmail, child trafficking. Yeah. That so in other words, if this represents a power, right? If this represents a technique that the powerful, use, then it's not just gonna fall out of existence when Jeffrey Epstein dies mysteriously, right? It's gonna be something that somebody else is gonna exert, and yes, this kind of blackmail can keep people silent on things that they should speak up about. Can exert leverage on people, right? And what is, the leverage kind of holding back the dam after so much has been revealed, right? After we're in a atmosphere where everybody's paying attention, right? It's more safe. Like if nobody's paying attention, if the Epstein thing is a marginal thing and, you have information on it, it's hard to come out. Because you will come out, you will make your claim, nobody will listen. But you know who will hear it? Yeah, the new Epstein, as Neo Pergos is saying, somebody with that kind of power, and they will squash you like a bug because you represent a threat, and nobody's watching. You are in darkness; they will squash you, right? If you're in light, maybe they don't squash you. Maybe it's difficult for them to squash you. Like maybe your testimony, maybe you saying what you know about the situation, you know, it get catches fire and actually, you know, marginalizes the people in power. But yeah, very likely there's people that we don't know the name of, nobody's paying attention to, that are exerting the same kind of power on the world, right? In the absence, because I mean, you know, if Epstein was a power and he's gone now, that's a power vacuum. What do we know about power vacuums? They always get filled because they're vacuums and they suck things in. Chat, they really suck. Remember the Panama Papers, says Solano. How quickly everybody forgot about that. That's the problem, right? We're getting all these revelations about you know, what is going on in the Epstein class, and yet, you know, time after time it's just amnesia. You know,
up here on the screen, introducing Teal to the Kremlin. He's calling him Kremlin hander, but I will return to Sergei Belkov, who makes a mention in the Intel block that we're about to do. But the introduction there, very important. Sergei is a went to FSB school in Russia, very connected person who Epstein appears to have turned to on multiple occasions. Also, Jason Calacanis, can we put C13 up there on the screen? Jason Calacanis had previously said he barely knew Epstein. Their relationship was in the early 2000s, despite corresponding warmly, quote, as pal in 2011. This is from this is Jason from the All In podcast. It's, quote, now he says he assumes he was a spy trying to compromise people, but you can see, hey, pal, running out to a kid's birthday party, we'll dig up her info. These are folks trying to build a business. They're making some sort of business connection there all the way back in
Are we using AF post account? Is this our source on Twitter? Yeah, this is a great thing about having Sagra and Jetty on your show.
Or in 2011, but of course it is years after he previously said that he knew them. So there's a roundup there of the billionaires, or close to billionaire. I don't know Jason's net worth, but generally people who are powerful, famous, extremely rich. You can see, I mean, we even left people off the list. This is just from the Epstein files release that we have now. Currently, there are many, many more. It's like Leon Black, Wexner. I mean, it goes without saying, obviously. That's an important part of the story. Man, there's a lot of Wexner stuff in there. I haven't fully worked through all of it yet, but I'm still tugging on some leads.
From the New York.
What do we think about Wexner, right? To me, we're talking about Lex Wexner. He's like a modeling, or is a fashion magnate, like, owns lots of clothing stores, really rich guy, and somebody that signed his power of attorney over to Jeffrey Epstein at one point, right? I mean, I'm guessing Les Wexner represents somebody that, like, the kind of person that Jeffrey Epstein, because, like, as near as we can tell, like, a lot of Epstein's wealth was, like, directly, like, blood transfused from Lex Wexner, right? And, the explanation was that he was providing some kind of financial advice or services that Mr. Wexner found incredibly valuable. And so that's why the money transferred hands. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So but yeah, for somebody to, kind of just, like, use the I don't know, the assets of a of a billionaire, like a skin suit, the way that Epstein did with Les Wexner, you gotta wonder what Epstein actually had on this guy, right? And how many other guys like, Lex got in too deep and just got into a position where he could just do what he wanted with with them. They were at his like, disposal.
that New York Times article I had up earlier just to flesh out the Peter Thiel part, because I do think that, there was significant connectivity between the two. They write, early last year, the billionaire venture capitalist Peter Thiel wrote an essay for the Financial Times arguing Mr. Trump's reelection meant that closely guarded government secrets, including about Mr. Epstein's death, would finally come to light. In the months since, the scrutiny around Mr. Epstein instead revealed an investment firm co-founded by Mr. Thiel accepted $40 million from Mr. Epstein, and that Mr. Epstein and Mr. Thiel corresponded for at least 5 years before Mr. Epstein's death. Visit me, Caribbean, Mr. Epstein urged the tech billionaire in 2018. Jeremiah Hall, a spokesman for Mr. Thiel, declined to comment on the relationship, but said that Mr. Thiel never went to Epstein's island. So there you go. But there was a direct financial relationship there, and there was significant.
I'm sorry, saying you didn't go to the island doesn't mean you didn't go to the ranch. It doesn't mean you didn't go to the house in Florida. Doesn't he also have a place in New York, right? That's such like specific language that I do think that there's a weasel involved here, right? I do believe there's a weasel. I do detect a weasel here in the language of like, yeah, it was never on the island, right? You don't have to be on the island to be fucking involved with Jeffrey Epstein, right? A lot of the Clintons' visits, I believe, were to the ranch in New Mexico. No, I was about to say RFK Jr. too, and then I remembered that quote from RFK Jr. Anybody remember this? Yeah, there's a ranch in New Mexico, right? Yeah, Epstein was. This is what's sus about Epstein, right? That he is some weird guy with no discernible skills. Starts getting paid ridiculous amounts for providing financial services to people, but. It's very hard to figure out what exactly he's doing. And, it ends up in situations where he's getting like power of attorney transferred by very rich people like Les Wexner. What was I going to look for? Oh, yeah, RFK Jr. and the Epstein Island quote. Right, so most people, they're weaselly about it, right? They'll use weasel words. They'll try to distance themselves from Epstein. If there's anything they can say, like I never went to the island, like they'll say that even if it's kind of covering up some other involvement that they had with Epstein. But the one person who never shied away from just divulging everything all at once, unprompted, chat. Nobody was asking RFK Jr. Nobody was asking RFK Jr. what if he was involved with Epstein. Okay, here we go. I found it.
Knew his.
This is Amon Animation. Now look, I could just get you the audio. Right? That's a possibility, or like, the actual video of this, but instead what I've got is a animation of the last presidential debate, and it's got this weird RFK quote cut in here. So taking you back to a what might have been a very traumatic time, the end of Joe Biden, the ill-fated debate.
I think my plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides with him. My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and, I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties, at fundraisers, for the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. But other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns?
Other than that, I have no relationship with him. Oh no. Anyway, we're almost done with this. Let's just finish the Peter Thiel thing. I just wanted to, remind us of that not everybody is as evasive as Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and all these people that have just basically been caught being dishonest about their, the nature of their relationship with Epstein, and now it looks that like even if Elon Musk did not ever go to Epstein Island, he was asking to go, right? If he didn't go to Epstein Island, it would be because Epstein didn't want him around, possibly because he is a annoying, you know, an annoying person in the throes of drug addiction. That, I mean, you know, like the same reason he got kicked out of the White House, right? The same reason Trump didn't want his ass around. Let's just finish this Peter Thiel thing, and then we'll move on to the Epstein pushing Palantir to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
Correspondence over 5 years, long after the sex crimes conviction and basically leading up until his death.
Yeah, and by the way, remember that the entire, justification, let's say from Leon Black, is that he would turn to Epstein for tax advice. And then I just saw an email where somebody asked Epstein about the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And he was like, hey, any good loopholes in here? He's like, no, they closed most of them. But he's like he's offering like surface level advice on taxes that you would read from the New York Times. Like the idea that this is some sophisticated tax guru, it just doesn't show at all inside the email. So the justification from a lot of these billionaire guys was, oh, he's helping us, save a hell of a lot of money via taxes. Again, very, very basic stuff. In another one, it was him.
Chat, put yourself in this situation. All right. Now, I'm not encouraging any illegal acts. You should follow the law in your state or country or municipality, right? Follow all the laws and everything, right? I'm not saying break the law, but let's say that, like, you were, let's say that, your friend had some kind of illegal substance that they had, and you wanted some of that, but your friend was like, hey, you know what? I paid like X amount of money for this, right? And, so you want to, give your friend like the money back for whatever illegal substance you were buying from them, but all you have is a check, right? How many people would put something like, I don't know, paying you back for dinner, watching, thank you for, like childcare, landscaping, yard work, there we go. You know what I mean? Some shit like that, some innocuous thing, right? That seems like maybe what these millionaires are doing. Oh no, it's just tax advice. It was tax advice. This guy, or tax advice, it was investment advice. Like, this guy is great with numbers. This guy is great with, I really need his tax advice. It's worth so much. I'm going to pay him like more than you would pay somebody for something like this, right? It's sus. It's sus. It seems like they're looking for a cover. It seems like the whole, tax advice or financial advice or investing advice, whatever he was offering, it looks like that was a front. That was a cover. In order to, deflect from the real thing that he is offering, which is a different kind of service altogether.
Sending an article to his accountants saying, hey, can we do this? Like whenever it comes to depreciating a private jet. That is not sophisticated. Like, that is not somebody who is like some well-engineered person who's like helping all of these billionaires save things in very, very, very niche ways. That's not somebody who has to read, an article and then send it to an accountant.
Yeah.
Remember, Leon paid him some $150 million, supposedly, for tax advice. So sorry, no evidence of that.
That's actually a great point, is we were sold this like, oh, well, he was this financial wizard.
Not a scrap of it.
Like, just,
None.
understanding all this complicated financial engineering. And so he was truly of immense benefit to these powerful billionaires and made himself indispensable. And you do not see that in these emails. You don't see.
Solano Marla, sorry. I think you're misunderstanding what's happening here. It's not sus or a crime. Billionaires, they can't commit crimes. That's just a fact. Yeah, just like the president. If he does something, it is therefore not illegal because it was done by the president, right? We just expand that to billionaires, right? Money, like, it's Citizens United logic on steroids, right? Billionaires cannot commit crimes. If a billionaire did it, it's not a crime. It's okay.
see like sophisticated hedge, stuff. I mean, I read through his original emails that we had access to. It was very basic stuff, like nothing, yes, some sophisticated, when I say sophisticated, like complicated financial instruments, but that's just stuff that all wealthy people have access to. There was nothing about some like ultra proprietary hedge FX strategy or any of that you would expect from a hedge fund, which returns more than like, some of the best hedge funds in the world. So that narrative at the very least, like you can easily say it's not there. The billionaires used him because of his social connections and because of his connections to various foreign governments and people in power. That's it. That's what the emails do. That was a conspiracy.
Money-making.
Right.
Which was
money
making.
making.
Yeah.
I mean, he was getting transfers from the Rothschild family, from all these multiple different banks, Hollywood, and all this. Remember, all those bank records still yet to be released. So that's another, stuff that we still would like to see. But I do think it's important to say a lot of these guys will say, oh, well, he was a genius whenever it came to business. No, period, end of story. It was all because of the connections, which is the conspiracy. The stuff that they said backed it up. Doesn't exist. We haven't seen a single part of it. And some sort of alleged, financial strategy, tax strategy, zero evidence of that now so far. Okay, let's get to Intel. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
Okay, so go support Breaking Points. Sub to their channel if you want to see more stuff like this. If you can't get enough Sagar and Jetty takes. No. Let's see. Okay, so what is the... Oh, it's this one, yeah.
Okay, turning now.
All right, so one more Breaking Points video. Look, it's been a long night. I wanted to, I wanted to go, oh God, there's a Barry Weiss fucking connection. God damn. And I swear to God, chat, like, it's like all of the videos on this, all of the best videos are coming from... God, we haven't even touched the surface. Look, I wanted to go as deep as I could on this. I wanted to do a long stream. We are obviously, a long way away from the sub goal at this point. There is a stretch goal if you want to stretch the stream. If we can hit 100, we're at 21 now, right? If we can get 79 points further on the bonus goal, then we can check out the real, connections between between Epstein and Pizzagate in terms of Bannon and his involvement in creating the conspiracy theory, as well as the the way in which Jeffrey Epstein operated, very much like what was described in Pizzagate in some ways, right? So yeah, if we could somehow make a miracle happen and get to 100 by the end of the stream, then we'll do that bonus content. If not, I'm gonna peace out after this video, and realizing that there is still even more Breaking Point stuff. Like they got a Barry Weiss video, obviously the Prince Andrew thing. I don't know, maybe I should care more. I'll be honest, chat, I usually ignore anything to do with royalty just because it's like, I don't know, to me, royalty, British royalty, it feels like a combination of like our like Hollywood tabloid like paparazzi press. Oh my God. And I don't even know what, right? I don't even know what. Holy shit, that is the sound of bubbles. Zara, thank you for resubscribing. That is 48 months for you. Damn. But yeah, we're gonna finish this out and we'll see where we go today from there. We're at 27, so 73 points off from hitting that vaunted bonus content, the pizza code word and the Bannon Epstein 4chan Gamergate connection, I guess is one way one could say it. Yeah, Breaking Point's doing actually pretty good work on this stuff, right? We watched the TrueAnon thing. That's Brace Belden, kind of, I feel like he's just more of an entertainer. I feel like he takes the dark, grim facts of reality and turns them into entertainment. I am trying to like document and study this shit and really, I don't know, get to the bottom of this and be able to make the argument about this is why we can't have billionaires. This is what happens when power gets stacked up too high, when some group, a small group of people at the very top of, the wealth, chart are just allowed to act with impunity, are beyond the laws that the rest of us, and are just able to have their names removed as co-conspirators, right? Hide the fact that Epstein did not Epstein was not his only client. He was not his only client, right? If he was doing this stuff, it seems pretty clear he was doing it for someone. That is this thing that has been, hidden from us, by both administrations, right? By Trump 1 and by Biden, and now Trump is really dragging his feet. That's the only reason this has come to light, chat. I'll be honest with you. The Streisand effect from Donald Trump, acting sus when it comes to the Epstein files, when it's like, hey, you know how you said you were going to release the Epstein files? And he's like, no, there's no files. There are no files. Like, right. All the weirdness that came out of the DOJ and the Trump administration, right? That's what has got people focused on the files. People see the smoke and they believe that there is fire. And it seems like there very well may be.
Intelligence connections. We've collated all of the most important stuff, and we're going to lead off with an extraordinary bit of audio in which Epstein appears to have secretly recorded a meeting between himself and between Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, talking here to Ehud Barak specifically about the company Palantir. Let's take a listen.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel. And everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah. He looks there under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir.
That's Ehud Barak being like, yep, he's a pretty weird guy. Pallen Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
Palantir, Palantir?
Yes.
No. PALINT. Wait. No, I don't know how to spell it. God damn it. Epstein, that's his stand. Chat, you may not know this, but Epstein was a JoJo villain. That means he has a stand. He's got a special power, right? And Epstein's power is to make everybody in his vicinity, make everybody that listens to his voice or reads his emails not able to spell, right? If you read through the emails, Epstein did not spell anything correctly. He was just it was just typo after typo. And I believe that he has now made me forget. Chat, how do you spell Palantir? Anybody in chat can spell Palantir for me? Palantir? Palantir? I thought it was like Palantir, but yeah, I guess it's Palantir. That is what Epstein is selling, right? So the context of this is Epstein talking to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and trying to sell him on the advantages of Palantir's, products, right? I don't really know more than that. I can't tell you more about the connection with Epstein and Palantir, although maybe Peter Thiel can. Right? Somebody said Trump derangement syndrome, but we're talking about Peter Thiel here. Are you just here to defend pedophiles? Is that your deal? Right? You liked one pedophile, you voted him into office twice. And now you want to defend a dead pedophile too? Are you caping for Epstein here? What's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand the Trump derangement syndrome here when we're talking about Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel, and we're talking about Peter Thiel, whose company Epstein is for. So explain this to me, chat. Make this make sense, right? This is real audio that we're listening to. Why is Jeffrey Epstein selling Peter Thiel's products to Israel? Please make it make sense for me.
How you write Thiel? Thiel.
Thiel.
And nobody can spell.
No. Thiel.
No, I don't think that's how you spell
he
it.
thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week. So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you. He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz, that's what they pay Larry $1 million a year.
So yeah, Mark Andreessen, Larry, when he's saying Larry, he's talking about Larry Summers.
Just to advise them.
Andreas and?
Andreessen, Andreessen.
I got no confidence in that man's ability to spell Andreessen. I don't think I can spell Andreessen.
Horowitz.
And Howard.
Horo. Horowitz. Horowitz.
Horowitz.
Yes.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are doing?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon Valley.
What, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
Yeah.
So those two companies right away, in terms of, I said that we need now, in the next 3 weeks, if you're going to leave.
Very important find there
Incredible
from Ryan. And that was from a multiple hour clip, so I don't even know who went through that. Props to whoever did. But you can see there Epstein advising Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak is the former prime minister of Israel. He's also former head of military intelligence. Founded a security company, which of course was invested in by Jeffrey Epstein, which has long been a suspected intelligence, Mossad potential connection. Let's continue.
Spelling there also extraordinary,
disastrous. But I mean, that's part of the crazy part is like the idea this was some sort of genius. He's literally an imbecile.
Yeah, chat. Look, we live in a meritocracy, okay? We are the peons at the bottom of the pyramid, okay? That the rest of the pyramid stomps all over. And our social betters, such as Elon Musk, Jeffrey Epstein, Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, right? They're just better than us. And never mind that this motherfucker can't spell. Never mind that he has not got no discernible skills, right? This man was a millionaire, and he was powerful and influential. So therefore, the rest of us, we should respect Jeffrey Epstein, and we should not scrutinize his behavior, right? And for years and years, and he was allowed to get away with this predation of children, of some of those, we could all agree on what are like the most horrible crimes that one could do, right? He exercised the impunity to do whatever the fuck he wanted on his little island, and apparently bring in the rich and powerful who also wanted to indulge in the same kind of predatory behavior. But yeah, we're living in a society that values men like Jeffrey Epstein more than the working class that actually is the economy that creates the resources that we use to live, right? They value more the people that exploit the labor, right? The work, than the people who do the work. And it seems to me to be kind of backwards. You could make a clip out of that meritocracy rant? Sure. Somebody could. On Twitch, they even have like a like Twitch, you could make clips. I don't know.
At least from what we could see here, he was just good.
You're a lib? Oh my God. Because someone gets pedophiles? Does that make me a lib, chat? If I don't like pedophiles running our freaking society, does that make is that me being woke? Am I too woke? Because I don't like being fucking ruled by pedophiles? Mr. High Life? Mr. Cuck Life? I'm so sorry, but you're so cucked by capitalism. You can't even see straight, right? You think I'm a lib? That is hilarious, chat. That is hilarious, right? People that listen to my takes sometimes think I'm a little too hard on libs. They feel like, hey, that's the only way we're gonna get away from Trump. Why are you being critical of Kamala Harris? God damn it, Kamala Harris lost that election, right? Kamala Harris made terrible choices and lost that election and got us Trump, right? And yeah, I was critical of those choices. I was critical of those of those stances, right, that she made, or the lack of stances, the lack of words, right? I thought that there were some pretty obvious mistakes that she made that make her a shit candidate, that people, and she's asking people to like hold their nose and try not to vomit while they're voting for her, instead of actually giving people something better than what they were getting from Biden, who they clearly did not want to, repeat, another 4 years with, right? So no, I'm not a lib. I don't match that. I don't match that word.
But at one thing, and that one thing was appearing to be.
But I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a shifting fucking definition of politics. Are there right wingers out there that think that anybody that's against pedophilia is a lib? That is a woke position now? How crazy is that shit? That when Donald Trump is proven to be a fucking, at the very least, like that man at the Ford Motor plant said, a pedophile protector, if not a pedophile himself, right? That's the moment that the right decides it's actually a phobophilia, right? And they're just going to embrace that? Is that part of the platform now? Is that a part of MAGA? Is make America great again by abolishing age of consent, you sick fucks? Like, how did Trump ever... Well, I mean, I guess it's obvious. Like, I'm asking a silly question. How did Trump ever come to stand for, pro-pedophilia, right? How did the Republican Party and MAGA, the party of family values, how did that ever become... How did fucking, child abuse ever become like a plank in their platform? And then you just look at Donald Trump, and there's your answer. The man who can't keep his hand off his own daughters, right? The man who owned beauty pageants, the man who came into fucking changing rooms of underage girls during those beauty pageants, which he said they let you do it when you're rich. Yeah, wow. I'm fucking completely surprised that guy ends up, ends up as a pedophile protector, right? But at least we know. At least we know now. There's no pretending that Donald Trump is some kind of a white hat pedophile meant to go in and expose Jeffrey Epstein for his crimes. Donald Trump is part of protecting the Epstein class and the other co-conspirators, chat. I don't even know if Donald Trump committed like that kind of crime with Jeffrey Epstein. Most of the crimes that Donald Trump commits are like crimes of fraud, right? He commits fraud like most people breathe. But that's a different sort of crime than the sort of thing that Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, I'm sure he did his own fraud, in his own time, right? But, Jeffrey Epstein liked, crimes that involved underage kids. And I don't know, did Donald Trump involve himself in any of that? I mean, there's definitely circumstantial evidence. I don't think there's any hard evidence saying so. Just now there's some wild accusations on the FBI tip line, but then again, any crank can call into the FBI tip line, and I generally don't believe that stuff without seeing it confirmed from multiple sources, multiple real world sources, right? Is kind of what we're looking for, in terms of knowing what Trump actually might have done. But yeah, he's definitely put himself in the place as the head pedophile protector, right? This is a thing. And it's not just Trump, chat. Society, capitalism has been protecting pedophiles for years and years and years. Trump is just the most visible version of this, right? Everything is intertwined in the Epstein class, right? Everybody knows each other's dirty secrets, and they've got dirt on each other. They've got nukes, right? And so nobody wants, anybody to get exposed. And that's why these people are able to act with impunity. That's why even getting fucking charges, even getting named as a co-conspirator, you can just like fucking, grease the right wheels. You can twist the right arms, and you can get you can get your name fucking expunged from that and have no, social, reputational, let alone criminal consequences from those actions. And that's what we're dealing with, chat. A criminal pedophile capital class.
very socially connected, and of course his own disgusting predilections. Let's go to the next one. I found this actually in the files. This is a exchange between Ehud Barak and Epstein. I'll set the stage. This is ahead of a meeting with the Qatari investment fund.
Wait, how involved is Israel in this? I mean, you got Ehud Barak that we just heard the audio of him talking with them. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of specifics in. I mean, that's an audio conversation, right? The damning stuff maybe is in like emails and places like that. Although, no, wait, actually, there's one of those email conversations where Epstein, a few of those email conversations, Epstein's talking to somebody else and he's like, "Hey, can we take this to the phone? Can we talk about this on the phone? In other words, can I not commit this to text?" Because even though Epstein was really sloppy in terms of, putting like all of this on his Gmail account, right? He is, he knows not to say some things over email, right? So there is that too.
And he says, "Hi, Jeff, are you going to be in London on Thursday?"
I mean, yeah. So just like, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, Epstein seems to be involved, with Israel, but not just with Israel, right? It seems like he is the international man of, I don't know, disgusting crimes with children. God, I can't make that funny. He's involved in a lot of it seems to be like, if it's like Robert Maxwell had ties with MI6 in the UK, obviously the CIA. People seem to think that there is one quote of somebody saying that the reason that they couldn't go after Epstein was because somebody, I guess Jim Acosta, said something about like, "Hey, that guy is like the CIA contacted me. We can't touch that guy," right? In other words, it would be the CIA saying, "This is an asset. We're using him for something. Please do not, take him to court because we're trying to, he's like undercover or some shit like that," right? That would be the innocent explanation for that, right? Obviously, the other explanation is that, he is actually, well, then again, it wouldn't be too off-brand for the CIA. I mean, they do this shit all the time, right? A lot of CIA operations, I don't know how many, how much people know about this, but a lot of the CIA operations are actually funded by illicit sales of drugs, right? Straight up. The CIA has been known to use this because their activities, the Congress does not allocate like, this amount of money for subversive, ops by the CIA, right? It can't be like on the budget or else it's not secret. So they end up funding it in weird ways and often criminal ways, right? Which means that there is a blind spot. Now go with me, chat. Because this is some deep analysis of Epstein from what I've seen. All right. Whenever there's a legal blind spot, right, a place where the law does not look for whatever reason, in this case, right, CIA, that's the reason. National security. Those guys are doing important stuff to keep our country safe. And so if they commit a few crimes in the pursuit of the defense, the national defense of the United States, well, we should let them do it, right? So that makes it a blind spot. That is the law saying, hey, we're going to apply the law everywhere. We're going to look everywhere. We're going to, right, if you break a law, you will be held responsible for that. We will at least try to enforce the law everywhere. But they say here, we will not. We will put a little block over that. We will cast a little shadow. So that area now becomes invisible. Epstein, if you read, Ryan, God, there was the drop site that broke this, right? Talking about the Epstein connection with the CIA and his description of finding money, quote unquote, in Africa. That's how Ghislaine Maxwell described it, right? It's basically Epstein finding areas where the CIA is operating like outside of U.S. and international law, and just using, I guess, kind of the cover, the veneer, almost the penumbra that casts in order to obscure his own criminal activities, right? So, you know, even if he's not, you know, a asset or working on behalf of any particular intelligence organization, he is aware of them and he is emulating in some way their, you know, their way of operating. So, you know, that's really interesting. And if you understand, you know, the danger posed by somebody who can just kind of create a law-free zone around him, right? The kind of pressure that such an individual can exert, you understand why some people really think that Epstein is one of the, like, you know, or was one of the, you know, greater powers in the world. He's a millionaire. He's not a billionaire. He's not a celebrity, but he has lots of friends. He has lots of clout. He can, you know, kind of pull lots of levers, right? He can pull lots of strings for people or against people. But, you know, so he's kind of Kira from JoJo Part 4, right? He's trying to live a quiet life, and he's got a fucking bloody hand on his kitchen table, right? He's a fucking dangerous criminal that wants to be left alone and is able to, for way too many years, do exactly that and operate with this impunity while not catching any sort of even recognition or hit to his reputation that might make him a little less attractive of a figure for people to, you know, suck up to, in order to, you know, in the hopes of getting him to use his power, you know, to enable their own predation of children.
Epstein replies, unfortunately not. You should make clear I don't work for Mossad, smiley face. Ehud Barak says, you or I? Question mark. And Epstein says, that I don't, smiley face. Okay. That you should make clear, by the way, it's completely unprompted, ahead of a meeting, apparently, with the Qataris for a major investment deal, where he's like, hey, just make clear that I don't work for Mossad. So clearly, what do they think? He works for Mossad.
Well, and Ryan made the comment here. He's like, yeah, he doesn't, that's true. He doesn't work for Mossad. It's more like Mossad works for him.
Right. Yeah, that's
that's Ryan's assessment.
Right, that was Ryan's assessment. So, yeah, I mean, I guess technically correct, right, whenever it comes to that. This is the next one. In 1999, Epstein anonymously FOIA'd the CIA to obtain all CIA records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation between himself and the CIA. In 2011, he wrote again to see if CIA had acknowledged any links with him in the 12 years since. Now, why would somebody do that if there was no connection at all? By using the lawyer, he had to go through the Privacy Act that ensured that the public would not know that Epstein was the requester of CIA records. This is all from Mike Benz. And all the correspondence would remain between the CIA and Epstein's law firm. So as you can show out, it's pretty crazy that you're even FOIA-ing the CIA back in 19...
Any FOIA experts in chat? I know this is a reach, right? We got any FOIA experts in chat? I'm curious about this because, you know, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act. Apparently, like, anybody can, you know, requisition, you know, information that the government has, you know, can fill out a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act form, and, you know, it takes a while for it to process, but the government's supposed to make that information, I think, public if it can. Now, I don't know what Sagar's talking about. Almost sounds like something else. It almost sounds like we're not taught, because, you know, if, like, is this information that Epstein, so Epstein anonymously requested it. He requested, it's Epstein, you know, this says, but he didn't want it to be attributed to him. So for the rest of the world, is that just like there's been an anonymous request? What I wondered, what I'm trying to get at, chat, is, does he want this information for himself? Is it private in that way? Or is the privacy just him not being identified? I can't tell. Because, yeah, it doesn't make sense for him to want this information to be made public. It does make sense. Well, wait, what would... What would he be doing with? I seriously don't know. He's asking for an acknowledgement of his, I don't know, cooperation, him working with the CIA, right? What is your FOIA question? Okay, so can you FOIA something and be like, just for me, don't tell the public. I want to know. Is there a version of FOIA, a way to FOIA that does that? Or would FOIA necessarily make the information public to everyone? It's privately acquired. No, it is public release. That's what I thought. It's publicly released, right? So why does Epstein want to anonymously request the CIA? Does that mean though that is it him just requesting like whether he is or not? Maybe he wants to prove that he's not officially working with the CIA. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the angle here, chat. What's his angle?
1999 asking for any records about yourself. Why would you want any some sort of acknowledgement from the CIA of your potential prior past service? And this is why, remember the year 99. This is years after.
Oh no, chat. Was this the year that Persona 2 came out? I believe it was. Yeah. There's another coincidence. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Many of us who have been researching and studying the Epstein case have suspected when his intelligence connections began in the 1980s. And there was that alleged involvement with the arms traffickers from Douglas Lease to the Khashoggis, Adnan Khashoggi. You had his potential involvement.
You're correct, Water Dog, in that he doesn't have an angle currently. He is, in fact, dead. Nice observation. I mean, what was his angle in, he is the apparently anonymous behind the FOIA request for information on his own service with the CIA. Like, what does he want that made public? CIA will redact information if he gets released, then he knows what they can't talk about. No, I said Persona 2. I do not know of a furry mod for the game called Fursona 2. I'm not aware of that meme.
Here with some Iran-Contra financing deals back in the 1980s, the ability to move money around Steve Hoffenberg and the prior association there with moving money offshore, a skill very, very important for the U.S. intelligence community. 1999, before, again, the conviction. So there, the potential of why exactly he's FOIAing his own records, there's multiple things, right? He could be trying to force them to acknowledge their relationship with him. He could be trying to put them on notice for his relationship now previously. But following up back in 2011, there is some, again, this is my own personal suspicion, and this is backed up.
Okay, so Zera says there are some exceptions when a request includes private and personal information and can be redacted or considered private. Wow. Oh, so this would fit. Would you say this fits the bill, Zera, if you've been listening? There was a FOIA request made anonymously, now revealed to have been anonymous was Epstein, right? It was Epstein requesting it, right? Could this be redacted or considered private? I'm just wondering what Epstein exactly is after, because it almost looks like he's looking for a disclosure to be made of some sort to be made public.
By some other analysis, is that he was furious potentially that they had cut association with him potentially around that time after his conviction. Now remember, they potentially may have gotten him out of the conviction or some sort of intelligence.
Oh, it's maybe a shot across their bow. Does it sound like that? Let me rewrite. If you make a FOIA request, if there's a top secret information, CIA will redact stuff. So if he requests it, then he knows what they consider. Oh, I see. Allowed to talk about what they consider secret, what they cannot release. It almost sounds though that like maybe now it sounds like it's a shot across their bow for him to do that. So he's done it anonymously, so it's not attributed to him, but it kind of like because Sagar is saying that the CIA, the agency, had cut its ties with him. Like what, after the first conviction? Is that right? And he's like, butthurt about it, right? He's like, hey, you guys, I know a lot of stuff on you as well. You sure not gonna like, you're not gonna like. Oh my God, chat. Does this not look like the kind of shit that will get you like secretly murked in a jail cell? Does that not sound like it? Threatening the CIA, if that's what he was doing. Does that not sound like the exact kind of thing that would get you to commit suicide in a way that doesn't make sense, that's not on tape, that like, right? That's fucking wild. Would want to read it more about it before weighing in on the deals with this particular request initiated by his attorneys. Oh, well, was it? Yeah, I don't know. We haven't gotten that. But yeah, like that's a possibility, chat. Like, I mean, let's keep an open mind. But yeah, possibility that this is an attempt by Epstein to exert his power on the agency, which I don't imagine would go very well. I mean, I would look, whatever kind of power Senator Epstein is or was, whatever kind of receipts and dirt he's sitting on, I would imagine that it would pale in comparison to that of the entire fucking CIA agency, right? I that's gotta be, a David versus Goliath, situation, right? That's gotta be, Epstein tilting at windmills, right? There's India connections too.
Connection might have gotten him the sweetheart deal, but by 2011, he's jonesing to either try and force them to acknowledge the relationship, to bring him back in, and or potentially threaten to reveal some of what he knows. But it is open and shut insane, the FOIA record from 1999, prior to any conviction, prior to any even investigation into Epstein. That is a clear cut, clearly shows some sort of association that happened to exist at that time. This is not something they're going to acknowledge anyway, even in some sort of a FOIA. It seemed to have been putting them on notice.
Yeah.
Trying to restart something, but at the very least, it does show that some sort of connection, at least in Epstein's mind, had believed to have been there.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. What does Ryan think about this?
Many, many years, going back almost, more than 20 years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you're the CIA. You don't really want people to know that you're connected with Jeffrey Epstein for a variety of reasons. And so it could very well have been, a little shot across the bow of, hey, this could all be made public.
Yep.
And I know that you know, and so I'm just sending this in so that you see it. And so it's almost like, could have been almost like a threat.
Well,
and we know the way he operates, right? This very manipulative, very strategic, sending himself all those emails into his inbox about various dirty secrets of the billionaires and other elites that he knows. Could have been.
Ryan sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I got more faith in him than Sagar and Jetty.
Similar type behavior, like a threat aimed at the apparatus of the CIA.
Right. The other reason why I think it's very important is that we know from the CIA's behavior. I talked about this previously.
Like Ryan Grimm is who we're talking about. Like Ryan Grimm lives and breathes this stuff, right? This is his wheelhouse.
CIA, in many cases, which involved, let's say, CSAM material, okay? What they would do is they would almost never have those cases go to trial, like when their agents were involved. Why? Because they can never have their agents go into open court. They're terrified because they don't want their sensitive material to ever be released, let's say, in an open trial, because that would be public. So almost certainly, we know in multiple cases, they would pressure the DOJ and the FBI. They go, guys, I know this is heinous. We need to strike a plea deal. This cannot go to trial. This guy needs to go to federal prison, and in exchange, he gets a few years shaved off of his sentence, and we all walk happy. This is multiple instances where we've seen stuff like this. There's a reason why this heinous activity comes hand in glove with a lot of intelligence, because he can usually get away with it, and you can leverage.
Yeah, because the quote from Acosta, right? And now we don't know if it's true. Acosta denies having said this, right? But the idea that, he's CIA, I was told not to touch him, it implies that there are court cases like this getting stopped for just this reason, and that people like Acosta that are part of this process are like somewhat used to the CIA kind of superseding a case that's being pursued and just dropping it or resolving it, in a way that is to their liking, in order to protect, the clandestine activities of the U.S. intelligence agency to be, made public, which obviously they don't want. Just read an article about this release. I'll summarize what it says. Okay.
Your connections.
Ryan's politics are terrible, but he does live and breathe DC politics. Yeah, and I'm gonna say, in terms of divining what Epstein is up to, its connections to intelligence, its connections to different countries, right? I think Ryan's done a pretty good job. He does things from time to time that annoy me, but that's neither here nor there. Jeffrey Epstein did not personally file the FOIA request. His attorneys did on his behalf. This is confirmed by court record and reporting, but anonymously as well, right? And I'm not sure the distinction. Chat, we're almost done here, all right? Unless somebody comes along and saves us all and sends us all into bonus, country. But we're at 27 out of 100. So we're a ways off. I believe 73, 73 points off of this. This has been, look, it's I'm doing it for the love of the game, chat. So I hope you appreciate that.
Gets to the potential of the sweetheart deal, but I do think the FOIA is one of the most important for our own intelligence, not to mention foreign intelligence. Now, keeping with the foreign intelligence, let's go to D3. This is, again, directly contradictory of a lot of the stuff that FBI, Kash Patel, and all those had previously told us. So here we are. This is an email I found in the files where Epstein emails, you can see the Russian there. He says, "How are you? I need a favor. There is a Russian girl from Moscow. She is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It is bad for business for everyone involved. She arrived New York Saturday last week, staying at the Four Seasons on 57th Street. ... Suggestions, ? So on its face, threatening, right? Why is he listening her address? He says, hey, this is bad for business. I need this to go away. Here's her address, by the way. Here's where she's staying. She's Russian. The guy she's emailing is Russian. I need some help with this, okay? I need a favor, all right? So this is literally like mob talk. Well, if you look a little bit deeper, it's even crazier. So let's put...
Nadia Yvette says Belyakov Sergey. Is that what that says?
The next one.
I don't read Cyrillic.
Up here on the screen. So this was Epstein's ties with an FSB Academy graduate. Remember that?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? It's not just Israel. It's not just the United States and the CIA, right? It is, Russian intelligence as well. That's what makes it so hard to figure out what a guy like, Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, or indeed a guy like Epstein is actually up to. Like what because he has some kind of weird little node of power, but to what end and in service of what are kind of the questions that I'm left with. The FOIA requests themselves were public filings, but the responses were not publicly released. The documents were sent to his private legal team. That's how it works. Okay, so he literally did want for himself this information. I don't know. It's not like he doesn't know, like, the answer, right? Why does he want for himself? I just still don't get his angle on the FOIA request, unless, like Sagar suggested, it is a shot across the bow of the CIA to let them know that he holds some power, despite his reputation, starting to take a hit at this point, and that they need to make him happy or else they're going to have problems, right? And he's threatening the CIA again. Like I said, maybe one of the things that gets you unalived in your jail cell. I don't know.
I mentioned previously when we were talking about the Peter Thiel case. This guy's name is Sergei Belyakov, who is the Deputy Minister of Economic Development, later the head of the St. Petersburg Economic Forum Foundation, which runs the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Became the norm for female escorts from all over Russia to be present at the forum. Belyakov is a graduate of the FSB Academy, which prepares Russian intelligence officers.
Wait, he wanted to know what the federal government knew about him, but wouldn't they know? They're the CIA. Wouldn't the CIA know? Like, wait, what? I'm trying to figure this out. He wanted to know what the federal government knew. But is the information like he wanted to know if they knew he was in the CIA, if the federal government knew he was in the CIA? Is that it? I still don't understand. So he doesn't incriminate himself on info that wouldn't be available via discovery, says Twin Moms Send Help.
At the Dossier Center discovered, he helped Epstein to deal with a Russian model who was blackmailing American businessmen, as well as proposing to arrange meetings with multiple, senior officials inside of Russia. For his part, Epstein...
In the FOIA request, they have to say what they knew. It was a strategic request. Yeah, but he didn't know what they knew. What the CIA... Well, I thought he was asking about his service with the CIA. I mean, does that mean what he was doing maybe for other nations' intelligence?
Would then advise him on saving the Russian economy amid imposed sanctions, while also recruiting high-profile guests for the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. So you can see clearly, I need this rush. She's attempting to blackmail people. I need some suggestions. According to Epstein, the powerful men were taking advantage of women like her. Belyakov responded swiftly, sending a profile of her just days later. And he lists her colleagues, nobody behind her. He says doesn't appear to be working with anybody else. Deny of the access to the U.S. would be a great threat to her business. So what he's doing is that he is compiling some sort of dossier inside of Russia and sending it over to Epstein. So this is, again, you have a Russian intelligence official. By the way, even in general.
Okay, what's the deal? Sarah says he doesn't have the direct access to the files. If he was working with them or on their radar, he may want to know what is publicly available. He's not an agent of the CIA, but he could have worked with them. Yeah, he definitely has skills that they, find valuable, ostensibly, as far as moving money offshore. They also have to say what they knew from other sources. So other investigations they did into him, he knows what he told them or when he worked adjacent, but he did not know any additional information they had. So he really is trying to play, so to speak, on the same field as a power center like the CIA. That itself is kind of wild to me.
You don't become a senior official inside of Russia like this without some sort of patronage, right? From Putin, from anybody, from any of the oligarch class. Epstein's connection here, and there's so many emails with Russian girls that are in there just in terms of his own depravity. And so this, now we have Mossad at the top that we talked about, CIA, and here's FSB. And not to mention the Qataris and all of these other people that we have talked about. And that's why I think it's very important. You said the Mossad works for him. In a certain sense, he was never some clear-cut employee and or asset. He floated above in this universe where he was connected to everybody, including the arms traffickers and everything. And I think that—
So he's using the transparency. If you don't know, I believe the FOIA was established, oh my God, chat, was it in the 70s or something? I think it was part of all that, there was the Church Commission. Obviously, there was this all started with Watergate, but there's a whole line of the Pentagon Papers. There's a whole line of things that get revealed, right, about American intelligence, and this is when the U.S. public started to turn against U.S. intelligence, started to turn against the CIA, started to be a lot more suspicious, right? Obviously, the Warren Commission, people call as bullshit, but this is this is a result of all the scrutiny being placed on the government and the CIA that things like FOIA, I think, became the law of the land. I do believe it's a recent change. Horrible topic, great stream, thank you. He could be using the transparency to aura farm or bluff. I love the idea of Epstein aura farming. That's great. CIA used him. They didn't hire him as far as I know. Yeah, like he's probably a little, but I don't know. I honestly don't know how they operate. I do know that they're not shy about breaking the law, right? They do not seem to be shy about that at all, or using criminal enterprises to fund an operation, right? That seems to be kind of, what is aura farming? It's just like sitting in view of a bunch of people and looking cool as fuck, right? Whatever that can be. Right? If you were looking cool as fuck to a bunch of people, I don't know, like you can do gymnastics, like you're doing flips and stuff, right? In front of you're showing off, like, right? In front of people, right? You're aura farming.
What this does is back up and show where he's using his intelligence network, obviously on behalf of himself and his powerful businessmen friends who are being blackmailed. You have this previous joke, right? Please don't say I work for Mossad, CIA, FOIA. I mean, I don't know what else you need here to see very clearly. Like, this is in no way somebody who was not connected to multiple intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
To me, it's starting to look like someone who is, a power at least on par, or at least perceives himself as a power on par with, the intelligence agency he is fucking around with, right? Which is crazy to me. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is, is he really threatening? Is he really doing a shot across the bow of the CIA? And, could this not be the reason that his life was ended in his jail cell, right? The official story being by his own hand with his bed sheets, and in just the right moment when there was no cameras on to document it. But many people believe that Epstein did not, in fact, Epstein himself.
On its face very clearly, especially.
How do you make an aura farm in Minecraft or Terraria? I bet there's like mods.
Everybody, all of the other stuff he was doing out in the open to help foreign governments negotiate trade deals, peace agreements, ambassadors, ensnaring this. Clearly, it's part of statecraft that was important to his overall social network.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's put the next one.
Titan 102 says Mossad operation, no doubt. Gwen Stefani's in the Epstein files
on the screen because this dovetails with this. I mean, we've talked so much about the original quote unquote sweetheart deal, and there had been this, this one allegation, anonymous source to the Daily Beast, as Glenn points out, that Acosta had said that he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. Now we have, because of...
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, that statement attributed to Acosta. Now, Chad, as far as I know, Acosta denies it, right? So, this, statement was attributed to him of saying that Epstein belonged to intelligence and therefore that they could not and should not touch him. No, Chad, I don't know. I think it was a joke. I think Gwen Stefani is not... is probably not. I haven't looked, but anybody want to look in Gmail, right? Probably not in the Epstein files. That would suck, right? He did. The funny thing about Epstein, right? The way that it was portrayed in QAnon were that like a lot of these people were like Hollywood people, celebrities, shit like that. You did get some musicians, I guess. What Pusha T and Jay-Z's name were mentioned. Anthony Fantano's got a video about that. But in terms of the Tom Hankses, right, the really huge, the Hollywood stars with a huge cachet, right, that didn't happen, and the Democrats and the Clinton campaign being involved in it, we didn't see that either, right? And in lieu of that, you've just got like, I don't know, Peter Attia. Right, a low carb grifter, the Atkins diet wannabe, guy that uses his MD to imply that he is, batshit advice about nutrition is somehow good, right? Working for CBS with Barry Weiss now, right? Peter Attia reportedly, by his own words in the file, in the emails said that he suffered from Epstein withdrawal, said that being away from Jeffrey Epstein for too long, he couldn't handle it and was going through some sort of withdrawal. I tell my mom Tom Hanks owns the moon now. Oh my God. Yeah, so many people's parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, Mimas, Peepaws have fallen into the QAnon rabbit hole, like really believe this shit for real, and get obsessed with it, ruin their lives on it, get scammed by the myriad of scam artists that surround the whole QAnon sphere, because you know that if somebody's a big enough sucker to believe in the fucking prophecy that holds Donald Trump as some kind of a holy man or something, some kind of a herald or a prophet, right? You know that you can sell them anything. You can fucking rip these people off, and people do. People join MAGA now just to rip off the suckers that they know are going to be there. That's one thing that Trump has done, is kind of consolidated the vote of the most impressionable, most easily deceived people in the entire world. So that they're attracted, just like shit attracts flies, like these people attract scam artists, and the biggest scam artist of them all, Donald Trump, the scam artist in chief, that's taking money not just from his supporters but from all of us, right? Straight from the fucking treasury, chat. He is scamming the country. Anyway, let's finish this up, and we'll see if somebody comes in and saves us from the what is going to be the end of the stream after this video. Right. Otherwise, maybe we can do a little bit of, we can cover a little bit more into the rabbit hole of the creation of Pizzagate, where that came from, how it's connected to Epstein, how it's connected to Bannon, how it's connected to Trump.
Released an FBI report that describes the same. So I'll read you. This is from the FBI report. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Alan Dershowitz. Confidential human source, CHS, remembered Dershowitz telling Alan...
Twisterum says, I've heard of 32 misdemeanors? Jeffrey, is that you? You spelled misdemeanors, M-I-S-T... Either maybe you're a JoJo fan. Maybe that's some deep JoJo fan about... JoJo reference about Mr... what is his name? The guy with the gun from part 5. That I just am not privy to, but otherwise that's a really awesome imitation of Jeffrey Epstein's inability to spell literally anything. I don't know, chat. Is Jeffrey's ghost in chat by chance?
Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney.
Yeah, extremely easy to fleece, Vic Morrison.
Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein, during which...
Natalie Angelo says, Pizzagate started with the Democrat elite and not Trump. Look, I hate to even get into this, because like unless somehow we get from 27 to 73 points further to 100, we're not going to be able to watch this right now. But that was what the bonus content was going to be about, Pizzagate, and how it started. And you said that with the Democratic elite. No, it didn't start with Democratic elite or Trump, Natalie Angelo. It started with Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon. And Christopher Poole, the founder of 4chan, apparently, right? That's what we're reading from the Epstein files right now. That's what we've been talking about today. So I'm glad that you mentioned this stuff. And you're actually kind of a cautionary tale. A case in point, I was talking about people that have been lost to QAnon, that had lost their minds in this shit. You seem like your mind's kind of cooked, right? Cooked harder than that pizza at the Comet Ping Pong and Pizzeria. But yeah, the story was that, it was about the Democratic elite. It was about John Podesta and Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin and all this stuff, right? And now that the real stuff comes out, it is, it's about Elon Musk. It's about Donald Trump. It's about Peter Thiel. It's about all the people around Trump, it turns out. Funny how that works. I'll tell you how that works, right? The lies that you believe, Natalie Angelo, were conceived of by none other than Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is really good at gaslighting people. He's really good at deceiving people. He's really good at fooling people. And he fooled you, because that Pizzagate story was a story that he came up with Steve Bannon. And they planted on 4chan At which case it was now 4chan people, right? They're extremely darkly ironic, okay? And yeah, by that time, they're pretty far right-wing too. But they're not idiots, and they're not boomers, and they don't actually believe in Pizzagate, okay? They don't actually believe in QAnon, right? They meme about it, they talk about it, maybe even they weaponize it, but they don't believe in it, right? That shit goes to Facebook, gets uptaken by your auntie, by your uncle, by your mima, by your peepaw, by your mom, by your dad. You know, plenty of people in this chat have relatives that have been lost to QAnon and to Pizzagate because, you know, they see this shit on Facebook and they're like, yeah, there's this like secret agent guy named Q. He's got Q clearance and he's given us breadcrumbs. He's telling us what's really going on behind the scenes. We just have to figure out his secret code, right? Yeah, crafted by, from what we can tell, Epstein and Bannon, with, you know, and after the story of meeting Moot from 4chan, right? They were able to seed this into 4chan. It travels to, you know, 8chan and you know, kind of makes its way over to Facebook, to the place where right now somebody's aunt is liking a post with Shrimp Jesus. And they don't realize that Shrimp Jesus is not real. An African child did not make Jesus out of shrimps, right? An incredibly talented African child did not, the village did not get together and get all the shrimps for this African child to make Shrimp Jesus. No, Shrimp Jesus, Grandma, is AI. It's not real. It's not a real picture. It's a picture they use to trick people, right? Don't like that stuff, Grandma, or you're going to get more of it on your feed and you're not going to know what's real and what's not. And Grandma already doesn't know because Grandma's brain has been cooked by QAnon and by Pizza Hut. And it's at the, you know, creation. Now we know of fucking Jeffrey Epstein, who was doing Pizzagate IRL, who was actually doing that, who's actually talking in his fucking emails, right? We've seen now about pizza. In a way that sounds like you're talking about cheese pizza in a way that I think you're using a code word, right? This was Epstein the whole fucking time. And it was used by the right-wing, you know, Trump, Bannon, etc., to deflect from the very real guilt and culpability that many of those people had with Donald Trump. Now, chat, is it partisan? No. Obviously, there are, you know, scumbag Democrats that are involved with it too. And, you know, they need to be, you know, fuck them too, right? Bill Clinton, Noam Chomsky, right? There are definitely Democrats on the Epstein list, but not like there's Republicans. It's a little bit, yeah, surprisingly dominated. I believe Grace Belden was talking about this earlier. And the thing is that right now the Democrats, they only have, I don't know, you know, They have half of the House of Representatives. They have less than half of the House of the Senate, right? They don't have a lot of power. They don't have a lot of people in power. Donald Trump has a you know, majority in the House, a majority in the Senate, and he obviously has the executive branch. He has, you know, his own branch, and so there's more of what Grace Belden and MR described as the older people that would have been around for Epstein, right? Whereas the Democrats, you know, don't have as many of that old guard still around. So the Republicans are kind of getting, you know, hit with, after claiming for years and years and years that this was a Democrat thing, that all the Democrats were in bed with this, that all of the Hollywood stars like Tom Hanks, who are supposedly very liberal, right, were in bed with Epstein. It turns out, no, it's like Howard Lutnick, it's Peter Thiel, right? It's Elon Musk. It's all of Trump's people. So that's where we're at right now. Let's try to finish this up, and then maybe I'll get some sleep and
he or she
come right back at it tomorrow.
Took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him.
How transnational is it? The latest Trump makes it look like it's like a more American than transnational. I don't know. As far as the latest drop, yeah, you're probably right. In general, I will note that the Epstein files have had a bigger effect in other countries, right? They haven't had the same kind of effect in the United States yet. And what I'm talking about is almost like an upheaval, almost like a destabilization, like a recognition from people across the world that there is a class of the ultra rich and they get away with anything and everything, and they are ruling us, chat. We are ruled by pedophiles and pedophile protectors. And with people in other countries, in a lot of other countries, that's not sitting right. Hence the fact that you see other countries actually having to do something when somebody like Prince Andrew is implicated, severely implicated in the Epstein files. They actually, take him, take his royalty away from him. And, while that is, kind of a fake thing and doesn't really, mean much, it is, exemplary of the fact that this is being treated in other countries with a reality that maybe the United States is still kind of catching up to, because there's like you said, a lot of Americans implicated in this. We haven't seen a lot of people lose their jobs, lose their reputation, lose their standing, lose their clout. And I guess that's kind of the other shoe that we're waiting to drop. Now, granted, Americans have got a lot of news to process. Understand this if you're, in another country, right? I'm technically in another country myself right now, but understand that people in the United States are seeing an inundation of stories constantly because Trump believes in something called muzzle velocity. This is a Steve Bannon, or at least Steve Bannon's the one that made the statement about this. The idea that Trump's always cooking some war, Trump's always cooking some tariff bullshit, right? He's always cooking some invasion of another American city like Minneapolis, right? So some escalation of his crazy policies, so that whenever something happens that's really hurting him, the first thing was Epstein, right? What distracts from Epstein? Well, I guess first it was Charlie Kirk and the idea that like now we got to ban free speech because some people might be mean to Charlie's ghost and that's not fair, and they should they're really enemies of the state. It just kind of moves on to another thing. It moves on to Venezuela. It moves on to there's a million things that Trump can pull out of his ass to kind of distract when something like the Epstein files is hurting. And recently it's been almost the Trump administration pulling out a new tranche of Epstein files in order to distract this time from what's going on in Minnesota, which is actually hurting him a lot more than the Epstein files. Although the Epstein files were the original crack that has set MAGA versus MAGA and has really started to peel away some of that Trump coalition. The biggest effect, on Americans being like mostly independents at this point, has been from the overreach, the masked, unaccountable thugs roaming the streets, shooting American citizens in the face and in the back, and generally turning everybody's fucking stomach. And making even like Trump supporters like question their support, saying like, I wanted mass deportations. I didn't realize it would be this. I didn't realize this is what it was going to turn into, right? When they see that the victims of Trump this time are not just like, brown, brown people that wind up dead in the detention centers, right? Now we have people that I mean, I hate to make it like racial, but it does seem like when this stuff happens to white people, the mass of the American people is reacting in a way that they maybe didn't before, maybe should have, but now are recognizing that this can happen to anyone. And if you let ICE become this monster, this out of control thing, it's coming to a town near you soon. And, you may not be able to stay out of its way, even if you're not like protesting, right? That's what I'm seeing more and more with this ICE thing, is that they're just riding around in town like they fucking own the place, right? Go to a city that they're not even from. And if somebody stops in front of them and, slows them down, right, they're like thinking, oh, this is a protester trying to fuck with us. And it could just be somebody that's having car trouble, right? It's really easy to imagine, and I'm sure it has happened and will continue to happen, that the people that aren't even trying to involve themselves in the controversial mass deportation policy are going to wind up on the wrong end of an ICE boot, if not an ICE gun. And, you know, this has turned, you know, people largely away from Trump. We just had a race for state senator, I believe, in Texas, right? This was a district that Trump had previously won by 17 points. The Republican Trump-endorsed candidate lost by about 17 points. That is almost a 20-point swing in Texas, right? That is a huge shift. That is a vibe change. That is a vibe shift that's going on right now, and we are entering into a midterm election year, where, you know, if the election is actually allowed to proceed, and, you know, this whole thing of you know, taking voting records in Atlanta, requesting, trying to blackmail Minnesota into giving up voting records, what seems like maybe an attempt to steal the 2026 election, or to have ICE agents like prevent the election from happening, prevent, you know, if there's mass thugs running around your fucking city, you know, there's a lot less people that are going to want to come out and vote in the areas that would vote for a, you know, the Democratic candidate, right? So, you know, if there's not interference, right, we're looking towards a strongly Democratic House and possibly even a Democratic Senate, which was unthinkable, Chad. I remember talking, you know, recently, you know, just telling people how, you know, you should not expect Democrats to take the Senate. It's not a friendly map for them this year. It's starting to look more possible. It's starting to look more possible that the Democrats would take the Senate. It still doesn't guarantee, you know, the ability to do something like impeachment, right? That's gonna, you know, take some Republicans crossing aisles and voting with the Democrats, but you know, definitely investigation and hearings, right, which is what the House and Senate are, but particularly the House is kind of best at, right? The things that Trump is doing, they're gonna be higher profile now. They're gonna be talked about, right? There's not gonna be an ability to hide things with muzzle velocity by just spamming insane policies at the American people in order to, you know, steal the headlines from his last scandal, right? That stuff like that is going to be harder and harder. Trump is going to be painted into a tighter and tighter circle, and, you know, you're going to see what happens from there. It's anybody's guess. You know, Trump may not be long for this world, given his medical issues. But yeah, only time will tell. And of course, the midterm elections, the Epstein wing of the Democratic Party is so huge, it's doubtful much will come of it, even if it's not. Well, that's the problem, is that there are Democrats in the establishment, as Nadia Yvette is pointing out, who definitely want to, you know, are covering for somebody, right? Or are covering for their allies. I'm kind of thinking maybe donors, right? It makes sense that some of the Democrats that seem to be dragging their feet on the Epstein files, to the extent that that's happening, maybe protecting people that they are being, you know, who are financing their campaigns, and yet another reason to get money out of politics. Anyway, let's try to finish this.
Barack believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, and that gets into the internal Israeli politics. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the UAE are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's blank, who presumably worked blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. So this is from an FBI report. It does say that some phone calls were shared.
Crazy Contra couponer says, you know, when you're giving the 100 death threat in one day, when people are following, are you excusing scumbag ICE agents shooting people in the fucking face? Is that what this argument is in service of, right? Like the attempt to cast a fucking mom with fucking toys in her glove compartment as a terrorist deserving of violent, you know, force being used against her? Are you doing cover for the murderers that shot Alex Preddy in the back 10 times? That's fucking wild, my dude. That's fucking wild.
By the,
Wow.
the source here to the FBI. So there was at least some evidentiary backup.
What exactly who is messing up the retract and then roll out thing? Yeah, it's wild. They've done that multiple times, Raoul Duke. I loved Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Great work of journalism.
You know, if you put this together with that,
we need chat. We need Raoul Duke, right? We need a Nixon bathroom interview.
Anonymous
we could use more of that. We need more HST. We need more Hunter S. Thompson fanboys and fangirls out there, right?
You start to have more indications here, especially when you put together all of the other reporting that you've done, that Ryan's done, of all of the connections that we have, the fact that he's FOIAing himself and his CIA connections, etc.
Oh my God, Schwiss, he wasn't shot 10 times. You think that makes it better? They fucking murdered him. He was not a fucking threat. Anyway.
Go ahead.
This literally just came across. I just pulled it up from the file. So
that's crazy.
Somebody had sent Epstein an email to Steve Bannon.
I swear to God, like Trump's cock down your throat all day. It does something to your brain, right? I feel like it cooks your brain. I feel like that much Trump. That's the real chat. If we're talking about Trump derangement syndrome, the real derangement syndrome is to try to do like mental gymnastics to defend a pedophile protector like Donald Trump, right? To defend his fucking fascist policies that are getting people killed, that are invading American cities. This is fucking madness. And if it doesn't stop, it's not going to end well for Trump. It's not going to end well for the criminals that he hired as ICE agents. And it's not going to end well for the dead enders of his supporters. Still fucking deep-throating that cock every day, I see.
Steve Bannon about Alex Acosta. It mentions some of the Alex Acosta letting Epstein off. Epstein just replies to Bannon, "Do you know Bill Barr? Period. CIA. Period." That's it. That's all he said.
Okay.
And remember, by the way, Bill Barr was the attorney general at the time, not at the CIA. However, his father is a longtime, CIA intelligence connected official, and also the person who literally hired Jeffrey Epstein whenever he was for his very first job, just so everybody
when he had no credentials or business getting that job.
Correct, as a teacher.
Yeah.
All right, so just to show everybody again, where this all starts.
Imagine being a high schooler and Jeffrey Epstein was your teacher.
Yeah, actually, no, there were some. They got harassed. That's part of the reason he had to leave.
Yep.
Yeah, it's sick. There's a report about it actually from a few years ago. Let's continue here with some of this stuff. Let's put D6 up here on the screen. This is from Drop Site. Quote, "Leadership would like your help. Indian billionaire..."
Is this the Indian connection people were talking about in chat earlier?
Epstein before Modi's visits to the U.S. and Israel. So clearly some of the Indian billionaires got word, hey, there's this guy, he knows a lot of people, maybe he can help people exactly with what's going on here. And you had, somebody who, again, is asking for some advice and giving it to the Indian government about how they should react with respect to Israel to try and get some more favorable view here in the United States.
Yeah.
And it was actually Anil Ambani, the Drop Site is reporting here, an Indian billionaire closely with the BJP government, sent Epstein a message that leadership was asking for his assistance in connecting with senior figures in Trump's orbit ahead of an upcoming state visit by Modi at the time. Ambani texted Epstein, "Hello, was in Delhi. Leadership would like your help from me to help Jared and Bannon ASAP. Please advise. Likely visit to DC by PM in May to meet Donald. Also assistance on that." Epstein and Ambani then proceeded to set up a time for a chat. Few messages later, Ambani said, "Thanks as always." Epstein replied, "Fun." I mean, if you don't know, Ambani, literally one of the richest men in all of India. There's a famous wedding. I think maybe this guy's son, one of the Ambani family. You can Google it. It was like the most ostentatious wedding, literally in like human history. So that's what we're talking about. And this goes to the point of the global financial elite. Let's put D7 up here on the screen to underscore the UAE connection. So here you have, this was a crazy one from the files. Epstein was messaging contacts in real time as the Khashoggi story broke and speculated that MBZ had set up MBS. Jamal Khashoggi, killed on October 2nd, 2018. By the 12th, The story had come at crisis. That day, Epstein emailed a contact, "Something smells bigger to me. I wouldn't be surprised if MBZ set him up." Then messaged somebody else. "What I'm told, secondary source, is that one of the assassins put video on his phone and it was hacked." October 13, Epstein says, "Can they label him a terrorist? Covert op gone bad. Honey trap Turks, question mark, MBZ, question mark." At the same time,
Wait, he said MHC.
to Epstein, "MBZ asked me to come over and see him ASAP, leaving in the morning." Epstein had sources inside the operation, and clearly he was following this Gulf intrigue story very closely, especially because he seems to have been connected to a lot of these folks.
Well, and wasn't Epstein connected to Khashoggi's, was it his uncle,
Yes,
who was the
Khashoggi.
arms dealer involved in Iran-Contra, was one of his earliest sort of like intel-connected contacts.
That's right.
So it makes sense that he,
Of course he knew him.
Story broken by Ryan Grimm.
Those contacts close.
He's very close with the family. So MBZ, obviously from the UAE, we got the Saudis here involved, the Khashoggi family as well. Here's another one. Let's put this up there on the screen. This is from Emily. Great find from her. She said 2010 emails from Dan Dubno offering to set up meetings for Epstein with Israeli hackers and DARPA people. "I designed this so you'd get your questions answered if you'd help me get mine," he said of a crypto workshop that he was setting up. All of you can just see there's so many indications.
You're gonna head out. I'm gonna head out.
And then turning now, I think, to
Fucking marathon stream, but yeah, we're almost done with this. So there's a few more minutes of Sagar and Jetty. What has he got next?
a little bit of his death. You've also seen some of these indications, for example, about why exactly he would kill himself. Let's put D9 up here on the screen. Inside of the files, the lawyers discussed the possibility of cooperation days before his death. Less than 2 weeks before he was found dead, his lawyers had met with Manhattan federal prosecutors, somebody who was about to strike a deal, not necessarily, is, much more necessarily potentially a target than really somebody who was, on the verge of committing suicide. So you can see also that he was afraid,
the communist invading radicals drop that soundbite, right? It comes from a car rant guy, right-winger MAGA guy, who got convinced that Antifa was going to come into his small town in North Dakota back in 2020, right? He'd been hearing the, Fox News talking about Antifa, and he got convinced that they're going to invade his town. He and some bikers posted up outside of a Walmart, outside of a strip mall, right? This is a place where, in a small town America, right? Sometimes it's like the only place to congregate. So they all get there. And they're waiting for Antifa to show up. And sure enough, a charter bus comes by. And these guys all start, getting their guns and looking really mean and threatening. The bus turns around and leaves, right? It was probably like a church bus, right? It's probably like a choir tour or something. You know what I mean? Some random church bus. They pull into the parking lot. They're like, ooh, they have a Chipotle in this strip mall. Let's go get Chipotle. And they see all these scary looking bikers and people with guns and maybe we could try the next exit instead. So, but yeah, these guys convinced themselves that they had chased off Antifa. That was Antifa had come in a charter bus to burn down their city. And because they used their Second Amendment rights to bear arms, right? They scared them away. But anyway, that's the story behind Minnesota Mike.
Of even returning to his cell in one particular instance that you also saw in the files. And this fits with the video that makes no sense that has been released. Remember Pam Bondi's infamous, what did she say? She's like, oh, there was an old system at the time that just happened to delete a minute or so of footage. I'm like, yeah, for sure. That's definitely what it is. We have the videos from CBS about his cell, all of the stuff about the cellmate, about the cameras. I mean, when you put all this stuff together, I don't think it looks like the official story. Anything adds up.
Yeah, so this Guardian story says less than 2 weeks before Epstein's death in jail, lawyers and Manhattan federal prosecutors met and discussed his potential cooperations. According to several documents within the cache of files, on July 29th, FBI and prosecutors met with Epstein's attorneys who in very general terms discussed the possibility of a resolution of the case and the possibility of the defendant's cooperation. An FBI document titled Epstein Investigation Summary and Timeline stated. Another document titled Jeffrey Epstein's Significant Case Notification, which was was not attributed to a specific agency, closely resembled this FBI memo, provided several more details. Quote, defense counsel did not make a specific proposal, and they did not indicate what the nature of Epstein's cooperation might be, if any. It was suggested defense counsel contact SDNY, Southern District of New York, if Epstein was prepared to accept responsibility for his conduct and or they had a specific proposal for a resolution of this case. So they were at least in talks about some sort of cooperation deal and, you know, obviously never got any further than those talks.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's stick with that, and we will go now to foreign. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a...
We'll go to foreign. I don't think Sagar is talking about Foreign Fridays there, unfortunately. That's what I don't know. I've heard Foreign's been doing some good work lately. The latest video is actually with D'Angelo Wallace, very big YouTube video essayist. So interesting stuff there. We didn't get to the bonus content, which included D'Angelo Wallace or Epstein's Pizzagate. Sadly, we're at sad 27% tonight. But some kind of thanks for going the distance. Hey, listen, I do it for the love of the game. Okay, I'm the realest of the real, and I will stick with you through all of this, through thick and thin. But yeah, sometimes you just got to do it for the love of the game, chat. Hopefully not much more though, because we do need to keep the stream running. The Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by the support of viewers like you, people who support the stream through super chats, super stickers, getting themselves a membership or giving other people a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick or on patreon.com/nocommentchick or on Twitch through getting yourself a sub if you can afford one, using a Twitch Prime sub if you have access to Prime and can get a free sub out of that. That actually puts a little bit of money in my pocket as well. Or by the generosity of people gifting others subs, which happens more likely if you're looking to get one yourself when you're active in the chat, but not so much tonight. Tonight has been a rough one for the jellyfish and the weasels. Hopefully we won't have many more, but I want to go ahead and rate us into struggle for here. And yeah, we'll come back at it again, I think tomorrow. I don't know. At some point I need to I do need to take a day off and just really get some stuff done, really drill down on some stuff. But maybe it's not I don't know. I feel like there's going to be more stuff tomorrow. Yeah, the video of the Epstein footage showed it was edited by Adobe Premiere. Yeah, a lot of sussy stuff done by the Trump administration. Anyway, chat, we're reading out much love to everybody. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to people who like the stream, because believe it or not, that helps me out a lot. That gets my message out to more and more people. Thank you to Shorts chat. We got through it, and maybe you learned something from it. I don't know. Some of you may already know more than me. But I like to be humble. Let us Patreons. I like to thank my Patreons at the beginning and ending of each stream, since we're near the end now. Let me shout those people out. You sign up for my Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick. You will get at the $5 level or above, you'll get a shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Sivarud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, and shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zerazex. With that being said, chat, I've been No Comment Chick. Join me again most days. Same bat time. No, sorry, not same back time. I'm trying to make it earlier, chat. I'll be on as early as I possibly can. Shout you out. Well, you got to support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above for me to get that shout out. But yeah, membership has its privileges. Anyway, much love to everybody. Even the chuds in Shorts chat also need love. Chat, hug a chud. Hug a chud. It could make all the difference in the world. We'll be back at it again tomorrow. Apparently, the family from the Necessary Conversation, the family that debated Hassan, the dad has popped off with some even worse stuff now. So maybe we'll cover that. I don't think I've ever covered a Necessary Conversation before, but they've got good stuff. Anyway, I'll be back either today or tomorrow or the day after that with more good stuff. And look for me at 10 p.m. Pacific time, or that's 1 a.m. Eastern time. That's why we need to make the stream earlier, chat. So hopefully earlier than that. Anyway, much love, everybody. Keep it real and stay safe out there.